Alright, welcome everybody to the first 10,000 signs per minute stream on YouTube. So as some of you know, I have been streaming on Twitch for about 10 months now, but I have held off streaming on YouTube because this was supposed to be my steam blow-off thing, which was a kind of a low-pressure, relaxing environment. I didn't really expect that a lot of people would watch me stream, but now this is also a high-pressure environment, so I may as well do it on YouTube. It's not that bad, really. I have started to get used to it, though I'm still a noob streamer, even after 10 months. I just cannot get things set up correct. Like today, unfortunately, I will be very bad reading chat. Twitch I can usually manage because I have Twitch chat on my phone, but I cannot for the life of me figure out how to get both YouTube chat and Twitch chat to show up at the same time, except in Streamlabs, which means I have to alt-tab out of the game and to read chat from YouTube. So that is probably going to be... I'm probably going to be pretty bad responding to chat. So I'm just going to say that as a warning. This is my practice stream for tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be streaming Factorio Space Age, because the embargo for Space Age content is going to disappear tomorrow. So from tomorrow all Factorio creators will be throwing Space Age videos at you. I won't. I put all my efforts into finishing Warptorio in time before Space Age released. So yeah, I don't have anything prepared for Space Age, except I will be one of the very few creators who will be able to share their true new player experience of Factorio Space Age. I haven't played a single minute of it, despite having early access. So everything I do in Space Age ever will be on stream, and we can also, if I figure out how to read chat properly, we can discover the game together. So you can ask questions, ask me to look here, suggest something there, and we can just go around the game, trying out new stuff, looking what is new, what changed. Just just discovering the game together. That's the intent of tomorrow's stream gonna be. You cannot do that. You can do it on your phone depending on what phone you have. Yeah, I do have Twitch chat on my phone. I probably can get YouTube chat on my phone as well, but then I would have to have two phones. Maybe I can arrange that. So yeah, to those of you who don't know, I'm not streaming from a really good gaming chair. I'm streaming from my camper van actually, which means I have a laptop on my lap. That's why it's called a laptop, I guess. But I have a good microphone though. But I have only one screen, plus my phone. My phone usually is the Twitch chat, so I can at least read some chat during the streams. But yeah, now I need to somehow combine two chat boxes in one. Split screen. Yeah, that may be a thing. I will look into that before tomorrow's stream start, because tomorrow interaction with chat is going to be one of the key points. Twitch chat will tell you how good I am in interacting with chat. There might be a slight 30-minute delay in me responding to your question. What the heck is going on? Okay, this is on again. Please stop driving, it's not safe. Right, so I can see the chat in Streamlabs, but when I'm into the game and doing stuff, I cannot see it. So if you want to have a bigger... I don't know if I should do this. Actually, you can multi-stream now as a Twitch partner. I think. I googled it. I didn't actually look on Twitch, but it seems they dropped that since last year, before I started streaming already. If not, I may get into trouble. So yeah, if you want to have a bigger chance that I read chat, then be sure to open my Twitch as well, even if just for the chat, even if you prefer looking on YouTube. But you can type there and I will probably see it sooner. Latency is 19 seconds about, alright. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. There probably is such a thing, since multi-streaming is popular already for I don't know how long. Alright, this is then the opening screen. Looks like we have a battle between Twitch viewers and YouTube viewers. Who's gonna win? You are allowed to multi-stream, but I do believe you're not allowed to show YouTube icons on a Twitch stream, like YouTube icon next to a on-screen chat. What about showing the Twitch chat stream icon on YouTube? Am I going to get booted off both platforms now? Is that... Let me just to be safe see if I can configure that. That's weird. I'll look into that. For now I don't want to find out about if I can or cannot show this. I hope I will survive one small mishap, if it is a mishap. There's a YouTube play icon at the top. Yeah, maybe I can just switch them around. It insists on putting YouTube viewers on the right though, so... Alright. I have a plan. Right. That is YouTube. I guess I'll have to make a new one then for Twitch. Right, so now my widget for view count YouTube has the Twitch view count, and the other one has YouTube views. So that is not great. It's good that the bots are doing work in my factory, but because sure as heck I'm not. Stream is dead, or why is it on 0? Alright, something is not going right here. I have two separate widgets, but apparently... Okay, have this. We're just putting both of it on the screen, and so be it. If I get into trouble, I get into trouble. Alright, bots need to work harder. There's a reason the bot's taking their sweet time to do it. I'm just gonna start now. Alright, there's a reason the bots are taking their sweet time to build this, and that's this decent purple science area, which is quite large, 10,000 purple signs per minute. This is all for the 10,000 signs per minute purple build. It is pretty far from my base, and I don't really care about optimal bot routing. We do have a bot highway over here, which has a lot of roboports, so the bots can charge up at a lot of different roboports. And from the moment they don't have those roboports, they can fan out over the entire build a bit. But still, on the way back, they're doing a lot of zigzagging. The bots will get smarter in Factorio 2.0, but this game is going to be finished in Factorio 1.1. So we have bots all along the bot highway here, all the way back to the base, which is pretty far away. So I guess since this is the first stream on YouTube, a lot of people are going to be joining the stream for the first time, so let's go over the base a bit. This obviously is my solar field, which we are not using at the moment. At the moment we are still being powered by nuclear power, which is over here. This is 16 gigawatts of nuclear, which for now is okay. But as we build more and more beacons, we're going to be drawing more and more power, even if the base is not on. So we do have a separate bot network set up over here, with one wooden power pole in a chest. And the idea is we are going to connect this over 100 gigawatt solar field all through a single wooden power pole. What could possibly go wrong? So we are ready to switch that on at a moment's notice. But for now we don't need to do that just yet. The solar field is finished. It can provide about 75 gigawatts sustained. So the peak output is higher, but if you count the night cycle, we can draw about 75 gigawatts from that, which should hopefully be enough for 10,000 signs per minute, was the guesstimation. We were using about 7.5 gigawatts, 7 to 7.5 gigawatts with the 1,000 signs per minute base, so the 10,000 signs per minute base should be about 10 times as high, since the builds are roughly the same, just like the double beacon furnace rows and whatnot. So yeah, base progression. Let's just quickly go through it. I am too far away. Yeah, I'm standing over here. I'm too far away to walk back to the base, but we can do it from the map view. Here is the starter base, which still runs on steel furnaces. It's actually wood-powered furnaces over here, because this solar field required us to cut down a couple million of trees. So we're trying to get rid of the wood by putting it on the coal belt. So there is a coal belt which tries to put coal on the belt for smelting, but wood is prioritized at the moment. Here we have my completely normal starter lake with 100,000 fish. One of them is Ben, I don't know which one, I kinda lost track of him. He could be anywhere. There's 100,000 fish in this lake. I had a lucky roll with my starter lake. This was not cheated in. So the amount of fish in your starter lake in Factorio is random. And if you have a good roll, you know, it's possible. It's possible. No, you can put fish in the water. I collected a lot of fish and you can just put them in the water. At some point I put all of them in this square and it became a black hole of fish. Anyway, starter base. I'm getting sidetracked easily, as you will probably notice a lot. Yeah, this was a really cool concept for a starter base. I made a blueprint book which is called the Self-Balancing Starter Base. It is this thing. And if maybe we can zoom in here a bit. You can see, let's see, where is phase 1? Scroll. Alright, so here we got phase 1, which is just red and green signs at 30 signs a minute. Then in phase 2 you upgrade the same base to 45 signs per minute by upgrading to blue assemblers, and then you just keep tacking on stuff every step of the way. And the idea of this base was it will produce 45 signs per minute plus all of the stuff you need to keep expanding your base. Of course, all of your stuff means all of your stuff in Michael Hendricks style. That means we are automating gears and circuits to put in chests, but we also have belts and inserters, but that's about it. The rest you will either handcraft or hand feed in those assemblers below the furnace area, naturally. This worked really well. Signs went at full speed while I tried to speedrun as best as I could to build the base as fast as possible, and I never ran out of resources. So this was quite nice. Something is wrong. Usually when I hear that sound. Can YouTube do this? I don't have anything set up in terms of alerts or stuff for YouTube yet. This is just the first time I really stream on YouTube. Since like 2 years ago or something. I'm streaming in quite a low bitrate because I'm at a location where I don't have the greatest upload speed. So I usually stream in 6 megabit a second. This is 3 megabit a second. I won't go above 1080p. I don't trust my laptop for that. Alright, so we have this here. We get oil and blue signs added, and then we just get all the way up to the base as we have it now, which is a rocket launching starter base. This base got us up to through the entire technology tree, as well as producing all the stuff we need for the 1000 signs per minute base, and currently even for the 10,000 signs per minute base. All the building elements are built in my starter base. We are no longer processing signs here. That task got taken over by the 1000 signs per minute base, which is located here in this corner. This is the entire 1000 signs per minute base here. It gives you a kind of sense of scale, how we are doing for purple signs. The thing is larger than my entire 1000 signs per minute complete base. It made a cameo in the latest Warptorio video if you saw that. This was indeed the base which I used to show the difference between 2000 signs per minute in Warptorio and 1000 signs per minute in Vanilla. So this giant copper bus for the 1000 signs per minute base was used to make all the circuits. Green circuits over here, red circuits and blue circuits, and those can get fed either into the signs assemblers or to the right, which we are doing now, to make Mark III modules. This is very important. We are making Mark III modules for the 10,000 signs per minute base now. So the 1000 signs per minute base was designed to have a double function, either 1000 signs per minute base or 50 module tree per minute. It can do either of those, not both at the same time, but because you use so many of these 3-color chips in your 1000 signs per minute base, I just built a little bit more so I could build 50 Mark III modules a minute here. That is in addition to what we built over here. This creates 10 modules per minute. So in total we are creating 1 module tree every second. So if you look over the last hour, you can see 30 a minute productivity, 30 a minute speed, 1 module tree every second. For the last 10 hours actually already. We switched off science roughly 10 hours ago. We have gotten where we want to be. We are currently at mining productivity level 51, which is important because that is enough to fill a blue belt of ore with only 6 miners, believe it or not. 6 miners can now fill a blue belt with ore. So that was the other purpose of the 1000 signs per minute base, get us far enough in the technology tree that we could research the 500,000 signs costing bot speed 15, and these cost like over 100,000 a pop at at this time. So this base, the 1000 signs per minute base, got us set up for 10,000, by the way. It got us set up for the 10,000 signs per minute base. That was my speaking today. I don't know. I'm a little bit off my apropos. I'm not French. I'm Dutch. Alright, the last bots are flying in with the Mark III modules now. So the entire build should be done. Okay, looks like I messed something up here. Oh no, this is bad. Oh, it is bad. It's probably not that bad. So yeah, I have a tendency to make weird belt crossings, even if it's not necessary here. We can go over a couple ones of those. I will fix this in a bit. Let me just check through the map view. Alright, iron is being mined. That is ready to go into the green chip build over here, which has inline smelting with clocked inserters. I'm not normally somebody who puts a lot of circuits in their video, but for this I made an exception because it really helps save some UPS. Once I figured out how to do it properly, it clearly saved some UPS over unclocked setups. It took me a while to figure that out. Yeah, as you see, currently we're still running on 60 UPS. I can even go, if the bots are not flying, and can still get up to like 90 UPS while streaming. So still pretty good. We're still running off nuclear. We have the 1k signs per minute base mostly operational, and we still are fine. Reason we are fine is we are not turning on anything of the 10,000 signs per minute base yet. So we do have red signs over here. 10,000 signs per minute is almost 4 blue belts compressed of sign specs, by the way. We have blue, green and red signs in this bottom area over here. It's about this size. But we designed it, we built it, we tested it, it works. And then we built it in our real map, but we haven't connected it to anything yet. So it just switched on temporarily and then it switched off again. Now it's just waiting until we finish the other sign specs, because there's no use in producing 10,000 signs per minute of the early 3 sign specs while the other sign specs are not ready yet. So because we are doing these giant builds, giant purpose builds, which now we are going to do for purple signs, we can make a 10,000 signs per minute base with 60 UPS all the time. Only in the end, when we'll switch on, we'll probably drop to like 30, maybe below, I don't know. I don't really know how hard we're gonna drop UPS, but yeah, we'll see. But during the entire design and play session, we're gonna have 60 UPS. Only once the signs base is actually switched on at the very end, we're going to have less than that. I'm gonna make a save here. Alright, thanks Ben the Fish for the 3rd month subscription, and Toeren, that is definitely a Dutch name. Not a lot of languages have O-E in the line. YouTube has super chat thing. Thanks Garbage Day as well for the Garbage Days today. Thank you. I won't take that personally. Thanks for the subscription. Somebody else subscribed as well. Like I said, I have a horrible job. I do a horrible job in keeping up. Thanks XCG as well. And Solar Boy, I didn't say it. Are emotes working again? I hope so. I don't really want to go through that a lot. Thanks Bacon Magician for gifting 10 subscriptions. On Twitch, I probably have to say that now. Let me see if I can catch some YouTube chat as well. This is indeed live. Yeah, it's multi-streaming. I'm trying out multi-streaming for the first time. For the first time, really. So this is in preparation for streaming Space Age tomorrow. Are the sounds also? Is everything on screen for YouTube as well? I think it is. So yeah, because I'm such a train-based builder, I have the tsh sound for subscriptions. Alright, so the purple science area was designed in 2 steps and switched on in 2 steps. The first thing we designed was rails, and we only need like 28 belts of rails for purple science, so that is not too bad. Here you can see another one of those cursed intersections, though here it was necessary. 14 belts need to cross 28 over here. So yeah, that's a work of art. We made a point out of it for no real reason to compress a full belt of rails with only one assembler. It took a lot of figuring out. It does not fully compress, but it doesn't need to. We need like 95% of a belt of rails for each and every one of these. 96 or something like that. And all of these belts of rails are coming in here. The red belt is going to be for productivity modules and speed modules, which was the second part of the build. The problem was the second part of the build was in the way already, because I built it in the real world as well. I do my designing in a right, thank you, bot. I do my designing in a test world before I actually build it in the real world. Let's not talk about that one. That was a post-midnight design. This is really cool though. We've got a pizza slice of priority splitters. We're gonna turn all of this on in sequence. So at the end of the last stream, purple science was fully designed and I built it in the real world. In this stream, I let the bots actually build the entire thing during the startup screen. Man, my pronunciation is not also on point today. So yeah, part of the base was built, so I kinda messed up a couple things. So it looks like I could probably do this from my armor. Those are supposed to be like that. Let's see if they meet up here. Alright, so now this stone, this is actually a problem. This belt should not have stone. It does not go too far though. Here we have our furnaces and productivity modules. I went for the style points of having the same amount, so I could have sped those up even more, but we just have the same amount of them. You just need to follow this top stone belt here. Okay, it goes all the way to the end here. And here it is blocked, so I guess I could just take all of that by hand, but let's just draw it off with some of those inserters. Okay, that should clean that belt up, I imagine. Alright, so it's important we don't have stone on this belt, because everything will clog up. Okay, then let me just quickly go over the build. So rails requires 28 belts of rails. We require like 48 or 50 belts of steel. 50 belts of iron ore, I mean, which is smelted into steel. So let me actually get back my second hotbar. Switched it off to film the Warptorio with the least amount of screen clutter possible. So we do have a 10,000 signs per minute base blueprint book, which we have been developing over the course of the streams. The one thing which I started the design process with was just building a standardized miner. And that kinda looks like... there it is. I don't really have a good example, do I? Kinda looks like this one, but then mirrored on both sides. So this is basically the blueprint of a mine, and then it automatically goes into furnaces, and we get it as an output. I'll just paste it real quick in my spider design area over here. So it is a tileable design. We can make more than 16 belts if we want to, but this is the complete design. It should be somewhere. It's been a while. Where is it? Miners without furnaces. Ah, they're here. Oh, this is steel. Am I just really blind or what? Okay, for some reason it's here in the middle. So this is the design for 16 lines of iron. So my recommendation if you go large like this is get rid of the most boring part of the game, which is building mining outposts, and design a blueprint which you can just paste on top of an ore patch. So I can just paste this one on top of an ore patch and out come 16 belts of iron, which makes the whole belt spaghetti, uncooked spaghetti in this case. It's all belts next to each other, adjacent. But it makes all the belt routing for the miners, it gets that out of the way. So I can just paste this and I can, let's paste it here. And I even have a blueprint for it's easier to see from the map view. This one, finally. This just pastes on here and I can flip it left or right. So I made the mining and smelting process as easy as possible for myself, so I can spend all my energy into designing the good builds. I also got a variant for steel, which we have been using for purple signs mostly. That basically is the same mining setup, except the steel setup is different. I am doing the slightly less optimal direct smelting instead of surrounding every furnace by beacons. But in return I clocked to counter that, I clocked all the inserters. Especially the output inserters for steel are sleeping most of the time, so I think we still should be good. Hello back again. Family medical issue. Actually, I'm not right now at the parking of the revalidation facility where my family member has started his revalidation process since last Tuesday, and that means before I was mostly taking care of my family member. I don't really want. I'm keeping it vague deliberately here. I was mostly taking care of my family member, but now he's been accepted in the revalidation clinic and I have free time again. So basically I locked myself in my van on Tuesday evening and I started making the Warptorio video, and I finished it like 5 hours before the premiere on Saturday. I finished it like at 4 o'clock AM Saturday morning, and it premiered at 9 o'clock Saturday. So I'm free, Warptorio is done. I slept 14 hours last night to catch up, and now we are here streaming again. But yeah, I'm at the parking. Tomorrow I'll join the some of the therapy sessions just to understand what's going on. It was good if we would do that sometimes. So tomorrow I'm going to join the sessions at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just gonna sleep in my camper van on the hospital's parking facility and hope they don't kick me out. And I'm streaming from the van right now. So yeah, a little bit weird, but it's working. These belts are large enough to transport spiders, by the way. Alright, let's go switch on some stuff. Man, after that warp spider, the Spidertron doesn't feel all that fast anymore. After zipping around in the warp spider, that bad boy. Here we got another nice cursed intersection. Looks like I forgot to disable coal. So plastics is already there, but that's fine. So here we have an intersection which brings petroleum gas and coal up this way. And I guess red chips are coming down this way. So yeah, I did not need to put, again, past midnight design processes sometimes get weird. This is the only part of the base which has lights, so let's stay here for a bit. It has lights because this was copied from my 1000 signs per minute base and simply extended. This is like twice the red chips from the 1000 signs per minute base. And this is only for purple signs in this case, so yeah. I probably should... before I switch, it's night still. Let's do some base beautification. Trees and rocks only. Yeah, let's get rid of trees and rocks in these belt areas. Let's use the overlay. Everything should be overlaid. I think I selected most of it for deconstruction. Alright, no shadows on my belt. I guess the actual building here should be free. No, it's not. We'll just get rid of everything blocking the view in here. Alright, I switched off decoratives for recording a special scene in Warptorio. I think I'll just keep it off, it helps with the compression for now. Normally I have decoratives on, but since I'm streaming at reduced quality at the moment, I guess I'll just keep them off. Right, I think it's time for a save point, and then we'll start switching on all these giant builds over here. I guess we will start with green chips. Switch on per C. I like that the trees got to stay and Mike deconstructs them. Sorry about that. I do like the trees. I will keep them around. I'm not going to concrete my base over, but they should not be in the middle of my build here. I don't really like that. I want to see the belts go brrr with all resources. I guess I should block green chips from going further. I'll just let the bots break the belt here. I can put that back myself. And here we will basically cut it out for this area over here. If I cut it a bit higher, I will be able to be in time and we can watch everything come in from both sides simultaneously. Right, so let's save once more. No trees in my backyard. Alright, just trying to catch up with chat on YouTube as well. Alright, there really is a big delay in YouTube. I will see if I can get it reduced a bit. Twitch is much faster at the moment. I've set it to normal latency, but maybe I should set it to like low latency. Tomorrow I will have a good connection, so... oops. Anyway, we'll get back up to the appropriate amount of bots. Okay, so I don't have belts in my inventory. Well, that's a fail. Where is my support spider team? There. Ooh, they're all the way back at the base. Okay, that is a slight problem. I thought I would have the belts on me. Alright, just let's look at the... Then I have a little bit of time to actually look at my build. Right, so steel is quite massive. Like I said, we need 50 belts of steel for rails, 50 belts of iron ore for rails, each of these 16 belts of ore become 4.5 belt of compressed steel. It's actually slightly more, but something is hooked up wrong. I know it's not. This one has an extra smelting belt, so this one produces 5 belts. The standard one produces, let's go here then, 4.5 belts. So we prioritize the first 4, and then all of the overflow goes on to the half belt. And we can actually produce slightly more from 16 belts of ore, but I have a little bit of overproduction built in everywhere, so nothing can be starved at some point. And so far that's been working well for me. So this all comes out to be 14 belts of steel. So that is 3 times 4.5 plus a little bit extra. Here we just tacked on another steel smeltery. So here we make 5 belts. That is 14 belts of steel, pretty big. 14 belts of stone, on the contrary, is not that big. It's just 42 miners at this point, I think. 96 miners. Okay, 96 miners for 14 belts of stone, 6 per belt. And then we need sticks. So iron sticks, that's just 6 belts of iron. It's actually 5, but dividing 12 belts was a bit easier. So we are doing 6 belts, and we're just making the iron sticks right here. We have all these weird chest setups because of inserter speeds and all that kind of madness. A little bit similar to Warptorio. The assemblers become so fast. This is like a half-second recipe. It produces 2 items at a time, so that's a quarter-second recipe. And then we're speeding it up. This has a crafting speed of 11.25, which means it's producing 45 rails per second, which is indeed the capacity of a blue belt. And we need to jump through a bunch of hoops to actually output that amount in an output, the correct amount of resources for that. So yeah, that's where all these weird chests come in. I'm not going to do that too often. Where are those spiders? Okay, they should be here already. I guess we'll meet in the middle. So this spider train is how I built my 1000 signs per minute base. Basically those carry all the things, furnaces, assemblers, belts, modules, all that kind of stuff. 10,000 signs per minute on the other hand is just too big to build from your personal armor. You just will run out of battery constantly. It is not... You can't get it done from your personal armor. So... let's attach those guys to me. So we have a spider train. I guess I'll resave again. I am being very efficient on stream, as usual. So yeah, I originally was not intending to stream on YouTube today as well. But since tomorrow the stream has got to go well, I may as well try it out. It's a good moment to step in, because we are about to start design work on yellow signs. Actually, looks like we're mostly switching on purple signs, but yeah, let's resave once more. But yeah, this is like a nice point to jump in at the start of a new science pack. The blue guy has belts because he's blue. I think I just need a bunch of belts on me. Yeah, okay. I'll save once more. I have like 1 billion saved, so I can later make a YouTube video out of it, because there's no way I'm going to edit down 300 hours of stream footage. I'm just gonna re-record everything. So let's switch it on, see if I can be fast enough. Okay, run. Run. I really wish I had a warp spider right now. Okay, so this is only for green chips, and these green chips are to make, mostly to make red chips, and a couple of them to make modules. So that is gonna come in here. We've got 12 belts, we are dividing that over 18 belts right here. Let's just watch this splitter in action. So here we are dividing that into 18 belts. We have priority, as you may see on the left side. That makes sure the furnaces can draw from the near sides of the belt as much as possible. So yeah, I have a special setup which only requires 2/3 of a belt of ore. Let's watch the iron and copper mix together. And you can see the timing pattern of the inserters. All iron is being output at the same time. All the inserters are on a clock which only activates exactly enough times to output the iron in stacks of 12. So the inserters are sleeping for a while, and that is what helps save UPS. It does cost like circuit network overhead in terms of UPS, but it's a net save. Right, and on the right side out should come 18 belts of green chips, if I remember correct. It's been a while. Yeah, it's kind of cool, this cascading copper and iron belt pattern. Eventually all that should back up. We are doing inline smelting here. So basically, to output a full belt of green chips, you do not need a full belt of copper and a full belt of iron. You need... you can do it both with less than 2/3 of a belt of ore, but not 2/3 of a belt of plates, so that's why we are smelting in line, and why we have 12 compressed belts of ore, which we are distributing over 18 belts over here. With the productivity bonus, that gets back up to 0.8 or so, and that's enough to output a full belt of green chips with the productivity bonuses in there. So in the beginning there are some gaps, but those iron out after everything backs up. All of these setups have been tested. This is actually a design for my 1000 signs per minute start. What are these guys doing? Oh, they are providing I think they're gonna build belts or something. They may be building belts. Looks like I didn't build 2 of them. Alright, so be it. If it was YouTube, I would refilm this, but it's not. Alright, so this is all backed up to here now. So now we need 3 ingredients to make the red chips. We have the green chips ready here. I think we're just going to travel down the belt. This is a horizontal build. Much more will fit on the screen compared to the other one. Looks like 2 of those belts are already full. I'm failing quite hard here. Okay, we're gonna watch from the green chip side. Let's just do this. Wait for the bots. Wait. I see what's going on. I'm wearing the wrong armor. Alright, let's do reload then. This is what it's all about. I've spent like 3 streams designing, now I'm switching it on. So that has got to look good. You missed the belt. Oh yeah. Yeah. Stone inserters will be inactive. Oh yeah, I need to delete those I need to delete those other inserters still. I guess this belt should be empty by now. So I can just let the bots deconstruct that. Zippy. Let's watch a bot explosion. Alright. I still have the wrong armor on. This has only 1 roboport. I need my armor with a lot of roboports. I even had it in hand. But oh well. If the bots are coming to supply, I may as well get rid of some of these. And have a little bit more inventory space. Alright, let's try this again. So now I have 200 bots available, so I should be placing all of this. Alright, that goes. This time we'll catch the mixing of the belts a little bit better. Yeah, plastics is already done. I cannot really do much about that. I can actually... my UPS is not gonna like this, but I can set zoom out to go a lot further. I have a mod called Extra Zoom, I think. This is very flickery. Alright, that's a good shot. We have some... Yeah, I have those... I have some things on Twitch set up that you can tell me to drink some water or get up and stretch. I haven't really been paying attention. I still haven't put a sound cue on that. I really should do that. I keep missing that. Like I said, I'm still a noob streamer after 10 months. I guess I'll still be a noob streamer after 10 years. Yeah, I have normally I stream in twice the bitrate than I'm doing now, so tomorrow we should have good quality. But today it's just we're gonna have to live with it. My upload speed here is abysmal. Alright. So yeah, watching things which should be a time lapse in 1x speed is always fun. I cannot even speed up the game because my UPS is around 60 actually. It's not bad for such a zoomed out view. Alright, so let's go back in here. So green chips are ready. I guess from where am I gonna watch this? Yeah, I think I can put those there, then come like to this screen over here. I should come back next to robot over here. Let's put a marker down. Alright, so this zoom level is good. I hope I can pace this accurate enough. I'm not sure if we'll be in time. And I'm back to here. Man, these are the awesome parts. I hope it still comes across a bit in 3 megabit a second upload speed. I guess those extra zoomed out shots are not really optimal for for that purpose. Alright, so here the concept is we are consuming half a belt of plastics, half a belt of green chips, and we are producing a full belt of copper wire. That goes into the red chip assemblers and out come 0.35 belts of red chips. So we are combining 3 of those into one belt and putting the 5% of a belt overflow on a belt which sideloads another belt. We are just repeating that a couple times. And out come 4.5 belts of red chips over here. Twice, 2 times 4.5 belts of red chips, so that's 9 belts of red chips. So it kind of looks like this from close by. So we have input priority on this side because those 2 are only hooked up to the main belt. This has output priority to the main belt, but all of the extras are side-loaded onto this belt. So we need to have half a belt of red chips. We have 0.05 belts overflow times 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 0.2 belts, and then we have 0.35 belts here, which makes for 4.55 belts, where we need 4.5. So again, I usually build in just a little bit of overproduction in my builds, so everything always stays backed up, even if I make a tiny mistake or I accidentally deconstruct an assembler for 2 seconds, like so. I can just Control Z back into place, and because of the overproduction, everything should back up again. So yeah, we have that twice, 2 times 4.5 belts. We need 4.5 belts of greens and 4.5 belts of reds to make the productivity modules over here. And then we need another 4.5 belts of red chips to make the furnaces. Both of those require 5 red chips a pop, and we need both of them at the same quantity. Okay, I think I'm zooming out too much all the time. This is still flickering. I want to find the zoom setting, which is the furthest out without the screen flickering a lot. Oh, this looks horrible as well. Okay, this is acceptable, I think. We can still zoom out far enough like this. Oh yeah, I am probably belt weaving here. This was a design also from the 1000 signs per minute. So we output copper wire onto a blue belt. There's a compressed blue belt. We sideload it from both sides to make sure it stays compressed. And we are basically, the output belt is just a red belt for the first part, except at the very end. Then we switch the blue belt over to a yellow belt because it only needs to feed 2 more assemblers. That will do. And we switch the red belt over to a blue belt because the red belt at this point is not fast enough to also output the red chips from these 2 assemblers. So it's kind of a weird system, which, what else is new with my builds, which uses all 3 belt colors like this at the very end. Let's not talk about it too much. Alright, now we are ready then to... If you thought that was cursed, then watch this part. This is going to be even more cursed. I guess we should also... I think we can just let this switch on. So here we got... here we have 9 belts of steel and 9 belts of bricks for the furnaces to meet with the 4.5 belts of red chips, because red chips only has 5, whereas steel and stone bricks are 10. And those need to go in pairs to the left and pairs to the right. So how the heck do you split this, which is like 9 adjacent belts times 2? How do you make this into 9 pairs of belts where you get out steel, brick, steel, brick, steel, brick, steel, brick, etc.? Well, I really should have... Maybe I should just make a belt. I absolutely hate the belt immunity equipment, but... it is 166 hours in the playthrough. I guess I can afford to make one at this point, and I can just stay on the belt. Alright, so now we can stand on the belt. That's good for making the nice shots. Alright, I'm gonna stand over here, I guess. The pizza slice splitter. I call this the pizza slice splitter. Yeah, I didn't really think it would work, but it actually works with only this amount of splitters, so pay attention because this is going to be pretty funny. Here we go. Now that is some magic, isn't it? And it doesn't... I thought... I was pretty sure I could get the outputs to the correct side, but I was not sure that I could do it without losing any throughput. But as you just saw, the bells just continue on as if the splitters weren't even there. Everything just goes down in a single effort. So let's do that one more time, because that was pretty cool. Yeah, the thing why I hate belt immunity equipment so much is in the early game, when you have a modular armor, which is the only armor in which it actually fits nice. I guess the power armor counts too, but this thing always eats up power, even when you're not standing on a belt. And in the beginning, when you only have the portable solar equipment, you need like 3.5 solar panel during the daytime to power this thing. Even when you're not standing on the belt. In my opinion, it should only consume power when you're actually standing on the belt, but it doesn't. So it is really too big of a drain of power in the early game armors. And in the late game, I usually walk around in a spider. Now actually, you can put belt immunity equipment in a spider. Maybe I should do that instead. Let's try that out. That may be a better use for it. Especially because in the spider I'm using solar panels to charge it, so that I can fit 5 legs instead of 3. Let's put this back then. So now if I go in the spider on here, the spider will not be transported anymore. So we need only one belt immunity equipment for all 8 legs. Okay, now it's dark. I've blabbered for too long. Alright. Maybe I'll keep that. That is a good highlight. The thing is, the spider takes up so much space. Yeah, the spider takes up too much space. I'll just make another one. Only for this shot. I just... You know what? Cancel that. I will just stand on the belt. Will I go through the splitters? I think I will. Yeah, splitters don't block my movement. Alright, let's do that. That will make a nice shot as well. Alright. Here we go. That is just awesome. I love this design, man. That's amazing. Alright, we'll just put the substation in the middle. So it looks the part as well. Okay, it's daytime again. So yeah, that's the pizza slice brick splitter. Or now at your local Domino's. Alright, so that is stone bricks and steel for the electric furnaces. Now comes red chips, and I guess we'll just do... I think I'll just get a static shot. Not that I'm filming, but from this angle or something. This is gonna switch on. Rails is still switched off. This is gonna switch on my production here. Do I want that? I think I do. I think I don't. Not quite yet. So let's interrupt that. This is just about the red chip shot. Alright. I think I'm not in range though, so I have to... We'll watch this from a close-up and then we'll head out to the far point. No, we're wrong. I can make it. So you may notice a weird empty belt in the middle. That's actually not an empty belt. It's 2 half-empty belts. So instead of combining it to 9 belts of red chips, I just kept the 2 belts of 4.5. Makes for a nice visual empty belt in the middle, though it's really 2 half-empty belts. Alright. So here that comes around the corner. As soon as I connect this, we will switch on purple signs basically, at least if I switch on rails. I think we will connect the iron last. Let's switch on this. And stone. Such a large build. We'll watch it meet up right here. Rails is not yet gonna work because we still need to connect iron for the sticks. I'm pretty sure at least 10 people stopped watching right now because I use because I use 1 tile underground belts to bring the steel belt in instead of using an underground for the steel belt. Alright, so my stuff is gonna come in from there. I think I should first switch this on, really. Let's just switch this on. This is not... We'll switch on purple signs the next time it is light. Alright, so what is happening here? We're basically splitting this belt into 2. We're forcing this half belt to go this direction and the other half belt to go straight by using this weird contraption. And then the other belt is just also side loaded. And we're basically joining up half a belt of reds with full belts of steel and bricks, except we are mixing those together as well in this weird side-loading splitter, which takes 2 belts and outputs 2 belts, but mixed up. So that's what we are doing. we should get out 0.9 belts of electric furnaces and 0.9 belts of productivity modules. And those are going to go into science already. I'm going to let those start, because these inserters are just going to grab like 3 of them at a time, even though they only need 1. So that is going to be... it's going to take a while before those reach the end of the belt, basically. Let's watch them come in. So here we're splitting those out twice. First we are merging them onto two belts which have 1 on each side of the belt. Then we're splitting that out onto a red belt. And that still is fast enough. So if rails already were there, this would take a very, very long time to reach the end of the belt, because of all these internal buffers needing to fill up with... so the inserters overfeed to fill up the internal buffers, so that means the last ones are gonna take a while if production is already started right from the get-go. Of course, eventually it will reach it, just like the Warptorio base, but yeah, it's a very long line of assemblers. I think we need 280 science assemblers, so this is gonna be 70. Yeah, 70. So 280 science assemblers in a row. We may actually exceed 16 gigawatts of power after switching on rails briefly. Okay, so let's look how this looks visually. That looks like roughly 0.9 belts. So yeah, basically I'm doing the design. My design philosophy is kind of the same like Warptorio, but the slight overproductions preferred. Except here we have a lot more space. We also need a lot more throughput, a lot more belts to make it happen. But yeah, it's a lot of space and a lot of belt plumbing, so to say. But it really looks very pretty. Alright. I think then it's probably still not at the end of the belt. It is at the end of the belt. Alright, we are backing up right now. So that's good. All of these internal buffers are now filled up. It's not that we are outputting science into anything, but yeah, just for the idea. Let's quickly switch on rail production. How are we gonna feed... how are we gonna feed rails into the science assemblers? Well, like I said, I have 280 assemblers, and we need 28 belts of rails, which naturally means, let's just watch this at the beginning here for a bit, which naturally means we can feed 10 science assemblers with 1 belt of rails. So actually we need 26 and 2/3 belts of rails, but in this case it's just a lot easier to make 28 belts of rails. Make sure they are mostly full all the time, and yeah, and then divide rails like 1 belt to 10 assemblers, instead of trying to make a 26 2/3 to 28 splitter or something like that, or trying to feed... Yeah, the ratio is just better. 280 to 28, a lot simpler than 280 to 26 2/3. Alright, so here it comes. Let's stand on the underground belts, won't move me. Let's stand on the splitter here. And the arrow even points in the correct direction. Alright, so even here it takes a little bit, but eventually all those belts should be full. We tested this, we fully stress tested everything. Okay, power is good. I guess this will back up quite quickly. So yeah, here we just have 7 belts, because 28 belts divided by 4 columns, 7 belts. And we just take 1 belt, feed it to 10 assemblers over here. Take the next belt, feed it to the next 10 assemblers. And so on, until we reach the end of the line. And that should be 10,000 signs per minute, purple signs, once it is connected to something which actually can collect it. Rails on belts already doesn't look good even just in the game. No matter about the compression you have. Let's just make a horrible... What would you think if you enter the stream at this point? You would think like there's something wrong with the stream, right? I guess I still got the hot bars at the bottom, but yeah. Alright, everything is backing up now though. Yeah, the question of lights, I am not sure yet. I may do lights as a project after 10,000 signs per minute is running. Okay, did we reach 16 gigawatts? I don't think we did. No, we reached like 14 gigawatts or so. Alright, that's good. Rails production has stopped again, I think. Yeah, we're just now backfilling the bells. Right, so that is the entirety of purple signs set up. Let me collect my spiders and we will march back to the base. Wait, we can make a cool shot from that. Right, so now I got all of my... How many bots are in here again? 18,000 bots. Most of them are now stuck in this area because they just built my purple science area, which is comprised of a lot more. I think I still have the temporary blueprint up here. This is the blueprint we designed, which we could paste in the real world here. There's over 100,000 belts in this blueprint, over 10,000 of each type of module. There's a lot of entities to be placed, so all of my bots are now just located in this top area over here. And I would like to get them back to the base. Fortunately, I have a method for that. It is not Factorio 2.0 yet, so I can actually do that. In this area we have roughly 27,000 belts placed, apparently. That means I can get all of my bots airborne, because we don't have the smart bots just yet, so bots won't get consecutive tasks assigned to them. All of the 18,000 bots will be airborne if I select all of these belts for deconstruction. So let's just change this trees and rocks deconstruction to only deconstruct belts. All 27,000 of them. And there are a couple bots here. So those are gonna be ferrying up and down a bit. But most of my bots are gonna come from this area up here. As you can see, all of these robots are now drawing yellow dots everywhere. Yeah, and pretty soon this is gonna be a swarm of yellowness again. And all the bots are gonna be traveling down my bot highway back to the base. After which we can disconnect this purple science area, so they cannot fly back there. As all these bots are exploding all over the place. And a lot of them are going to be zigzagging. That is the curse of not making a full roboport grid. You gotta be careful with your shapes so that your bots don't get stuck in the first place. This would have been better if it was a little bit more angled, but I don't really care. The bots are fast enough to place anything, so we'll be fine. Now we can do the cool shot. I can just walk in here and start walking back to the base. Alright, all bots are deployed. We now see that some entities have not been assigned a construction bot. That means all 18,000 bots are now in the air. And all of the 18,000 bots are going to be retracted to the base. The bots are faster than my spider, even though I have 5 legs in there. I have to walk straight through the bots, that looks nicer. Switch off my personal construction bots, because I'm gonna walk straight through that belt field. Alright, so let's look at this mesmerizing shot for a bit, I guess. Do you have the power for all the robots involved? Yes. So the maximum charging power spike is just gonna be determined by the amount of bots I have, really. I cannot be charging more than 18,000 bots at a time, so... And that's not really ever gonna happen, since most of them, they fly most of the time, they only charge a portion of the time. I should move my mouse so that we don't get the orange flicker. Where are my other spiders? Okay, here we walk over the belt field. Alright, pretty nice. So yeah, all my bots are now flying in a big swarm. It'll take quite a while for this zigzag to be dissolved. But because it's a straight line of roboports, the bots are not gonna get stuck. So they are not gonna fly out and fly back, fly out, fly back, fly out, fly back to the same roboport over and over again. They're gonna fly, go to the closest roboport, fly, go to the closest roboport, etc. So yeah, it's a little bit slow, but it's fast enough. VGA 480p. It's not that bad. It's just that like this specific base is not really very well suited to low bit rates. In general, with bots really mess up the bit rate a lot because they just. I mean, this is a lot of small individual hard color changes to keep track of, I guess. Yeah, we have too many bots for my bot highway. I don't have enough roboports. I have a lot of roboports, but I don't have enough roboports to cover 18,000 bots simultaneously. This is the bot throughput. All the bots you see flying, that is my bot throughput limit. So with half of the roboports, I would have only half of the bots on the screen, because they would be queuing to charge a lot more. But this is as far as I'm willing to go. I do not want to make an entire roboport grid over my entire base. I hate those kind of bases. They look horrible, in my opinion. Right. So I guess let's make another save. Per C build and bots retracting. So I'm not sure if this is still going to work in space age because of these smarter bots with multitask queuing. I hope I can still make a version of it which works, which is basically going to be put the task further away, like more in the middle. Then bots won't get consecutive tasks because these bots will be closer by. I think we can still figure something out. It's going to be a bit more annoying to manage all the bots to the directions where I want them to be, but that's the way it is. Alright, so that's purple science done. Here is my very professional Excel table, not an Excel, with all the resource requirements. We've got the different ore types, the different science packs, and the amount of belts and in brackets the amount of patches. This is probably not visible in 3000 3 megabit speed. Are the numbers visible? It's a static shot though, so maybe it's visible, and it's mostly blue. I think it will be visible. Can you read the numbers? Let me know if you can read the numbers. If not, I won't spend any more time on this screen for the entire stream. But yeah, for now we have gotten 96 belts of iron hooked up for purple signs. This was the first big boy, as you can see. 10k signs per minute, 4 belts of iron, 3 belts of copper, easy peasy. For green signs it was 12 belts of iron and 2 belts of copper. So that was already 16 belts, or 14 belts in total. We combined those into one build. We skipped military signs for now. That's going to be a post switch on the base project. We did blue signs. Blue signs, again, similar amounts of resources to green signs, really a little bit more, 18 and 9 instead of 12 and 2. But it also involves coal, it involves oil, and it involves steel. So that was the first complicated build. And then with purple signs we basically scaled that up. That is complicated and big. We went from basically 5 times in fold in resources. 34 belts in total for blue signs, 172 for yellow. It was not the biggest. Space signs is going to be the biggest. We've only got yellow and space signs left to do. Yellow signs is the most complicated, I would say, with the robot frames. We don't need that many resources for bot frames, 13 belts in total. But it's a very, very multi-step process, which involves both of the special fluids coming from oil, the sulfuric acid and the lubricant, for the batteries and for the electric engines. So that is going to be tricky. Also, what is going to be tricky is, whereas the other science packs have all their own ingredients and that's it, even purple science has its dedicated ingredients. For yellow science and space science we have like shared ingredients like blue chips and low density structures. They are both required for both science packs, and then the satellite also uses some blue chips, it also uses some low densities, it also uses some rocket fuel, and then it has like solar panels, accumulates and radars as extra ingredients. So it's kind of a question how we are going to build this. Are we going to mass produce all the blue chips in one area, or am I going to just split it up into 2 separate builds? It would be cool to mass produce in one area. I mean, the bigger the build, the better. But it also means at some point it gets too big to be efficient, right? I mean, I think this is kinda the limit which we have been doing here, where we have. I couldn't imagine going if we were building 100,000 signs a minute, just making 140 belts cross 280 belts of rails. It's just too unwieldy to make the turns to line everything up correctly. Already now it is quite hard. So at some point you're just gonna break it down into multiple separate builds. I think 10,000 signs per minute is kind of the sweet spot though, where you can still get away with massive builds which look nice, while still not being too unwieldy to be able to place. So yeah, we're gonna have to look how to do that. And for that we have this guy. Alright, that works. No mod you can use map markers, yeah, that's true. Suddenly mad. The mad is only gonna start right now. Okay, so this is the Kirk McDonald calculator, which you can use for Vanilla Factorio. It's not in-game, but that has the advantage that you can also use it when you are not in-game. And I just learned to work with this one, so that's why I'm using this one. So first 5 science packs are done. I guess we can just delete them. Normally I would open these science packs in a new tab, but I guess I guess let's just delete the first 5, since those are all done. And these have like shared ingredients. So if we look at blue chips here, we can see we need 58 belts of green chips for the blue chips. That's a lot of belts. That's like twice the amount of belts that rail output has. Yeah, it's a lot of belts. But we can do inline smelting here as well. We need 2 belts of blue chips going into rocket control units, another 2 belts into yellow signs, a little bit less than 2 belts. And we need a little bit for space signs still. In total, very annoyingly, we need 4 blue belts and a bit. So that means 1.8-ish for space signs and then 2.3-ish for rocket control units and the satellite. I could make 3 separate builds where I just make two belts of blue chips and just send 1 to rocket control units, 1 to yellow signs, and then build a third one for satellites, perhaps leeching off the yellow signs a bit since we don't need a lot of overproduction here. I think though I'm just going to make a massive blue chip build. I kind of want to do that. I kind of already designed that in an earlier stream, just not completely, but just like the scale of it. I think we're just gonna go mass blue chips. I guess, yeah, bot frames are just completely for bot frames are purely for yellow signs, so that's going to be its own separate build. So all bot frames go to yellow signs. We need different ingredients, but we can do that. It's not that much. 2 belts of greens, a belt of steel, that's easy. A belt and a bit of batteries and some electric engines. Yeah, this is going to be a long design process though, because there's so many steps involved. The other ingredient for yellow signs is low density structures, if I can find it. That has also got 3 destinations. Alright, so this would actually make sense to make one design which outputs 2.7 belts. And then just copy it twice, because this is almost exactly the same requirements. And then make a separate build for satellites. Low density structures are not as annoying as blue chips, since they don't need sulfuric acid. You do need plastics, but yeah, you need this is basically like a purple science ingredient, just massive bulks of resources, 82 belts of copper in total. So if we split that into 3 separate builds, it would be like 2 times 40 belts of copper and 1 times like a handful of belts of copper. That kind of would make sense to split up that. Although in the end it's only what comes out is only 6 belts of low densities. I do not what if you make the yellow signs with 12 beacons setups? I don't really like the 12 beacon setups. I did use some of them, but I don't really want to use them all the time. Yeah, the beacon column specifies how many individual modules you're using, so you need to divide it by 2 to get the beacons. Okay, now we got a bunch of YouTube chat. Yeah, free outsourced marketing. Yeah, it's a smart move on on behalf of the Factorio dev team. It's a little bit unfair maybe, but I guess that's the way it is. It's mostly annoying if you want to remain unspoiled and experience the playthrough for yourself, going in fresh. Now you need to withstand 1 week of bombardment with Space Age content, and I'm going to be part of that, so... Alright. So those are kind of the numbers for yellow signs and space signs. I'm not going to look into the space signs other parts just yet. I say, and then I go look into... That's exactly what I'm starting to do. Okay, let's not look into that just yet. I guess we can explore the blue chip build a little bit. Since I already started that, at least we're getting something done today. So let's go back to the game. That should work. Okay, that worked. Now I need to get back in the game. Okay, here I am. So if we combine it, I should just make a separate blue chip column in that case. Blue chip column. Let's just go. Okay, the pots are done, actually. So now I just want to disconnect my bots. So they are not able to go up there anymore. Actually no, I have a plan still for... let's do it anyway. Alright, so now the bot networks are disconnected. There are no more construction bots in the upper network, but there are some logistics bots still. So all 18,000 bots now are part of the lower network, but the logistics bots are not. So I guess I will just put a storage chest down. Like so. Put it as far away as possible. I'm just gonna stand in this corner of the network and say to the logistics bots, I don't want to have this garbage, please bring it to the storage chest. They're probably up there somewhere. Somehow that got switched off. Yeah, here they come. So they will have to fly all the way back. So now I'm retracting those logistics bots. What? Where are you coming from? Looks like... Alright, those guys can start, I guess. So when you deconstruct the Roboport network, if the bots were on the way, they are assigned to either one of them. Apparently some bots were on the way to supply me or something, so they came from the south. It was unintentional. I hope those bots don't finish before all of these come, because these will go back to sleep. The logistics network works a bit different from the construction network, and these bots will just keep taking stuff from my... I put it in the spider's trash slots. These guys will just keep taking it, and if these guys are still on the way, they will just go to sleep again. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I could try to pick up these guys, but they are too fast now. Okay, I can actually just go out. All of these will go to sleep now. I'll just take those out real quick. Right, so now all of those other ones are going to sleep as well, but those will be called up again as soon as I walk back into the area. Not with this spider, with this spider. So here they come again. Alright, and those are gonna be arriving pretty quickly. They don't need to do the massive zigzag. There's not so many of them, so that helps a bunch. Let's bring those other spiders... Ah, I stepped out. Let's bring those other guys back to the base. Alright, meanwhile, I here have my giant design area, which is covered by spiders, because spiders do not get in the way of your builds, unlike power lines and radars do. So, basically I can just... I could theoretically just paste some part of a build, and the radar and power line network does not interfere with these spidertrons. So this is nice to design in your base. Those are aligned to a grid, especially with builds being as big as they are. Let's take the blue chip build, provisionary one. So this is the entirety of blue chips, which I already designed prior. That's like 4 spiders field of views long. I want to keep it out of my network. Okay, this is actually in the way. So I did bring in some power line for some reason. Okay, logistics bots are still coming. Let's see if that works out or not. I want to head over here to deconstruct these, but I guess we'll do that a bit later. This is the entirety of the blue chip build. It looks very scary, but in general these big designs are basically just design one line, or in this case 3 lines, and then you just copy paste it as many times as you need. Then you hook up as many belts as you need. And that's basically it. So it's the same. The design is the same no matter if it's like 1 belt of red chips or 10 belt of red chips. You just have to do more connecting on the other end. So we try to make everything as repeatable as possible. So the entirety of the blue chip design is like 60 columns long. Because each column here, let me just grab one. Are we done here? Alright, there are 0 logistics bots and 0 construction bots in this network now. So now this network is entirely disconnected from my main base. All the bots are back in my main base. I guess I can put these back in here. And I'll just go over here to pick up these power lines. So let me just grab one line. I have 3 blueprints. One is all of them. This is one single line. So let's paste that here. So this blue chip design is designed around consuming a full belt of green chips. That is the weakest link, basically. A full belt of green chips is the highest compressible part, which we've got. So we're consuming a full belt of green chips, we are bringing in a couple of red chips and sulfuric acid. And that basically is, we need to consume 60 belts of green chips for the blue chip build, so that's why we're copying this build 60 times. And again we have the inline smelting. I'll just go over that real quick in the planner. Let's just go here. So if I open blue chips in a separate tab, I forgot how much we actually could create from that. It was 179 or something. 173, 169. That would be too epic. Ah, it was this, yeah, now remember. No, it's also not this. Wait, am I in the right screen? Now I am. Alright, here we are. So it does not really matter how many blue chips are coming out of there. It does kind of matter because we need to combine them into 4 and a bit belts of blue chips, but in general we are designing one line around consuming a full belt of green chips. If we look at the green chip requirements individually, this is wrong. Yeah, I should ignore red chips. That is why it was a weird number. Sorry about that. Yeah, 189 blue chips are coming out. That makes more sense. We need 20 chips for a blue chip, so that's 0.05 belts out of 1/20th, and then we get 40% productivity bonus, so that adds the extra 0.02 belts. That makes sense, alright. But if you now look the green chips individually, you can see we need 0.7 belts of plates of iron for the green chips. Basically that is the discount from the productivity bonus. 10/14th of a belt of iron, and we need 0.77-ish belts of copper, because we need 1.5 copper for a green chip normally, but there's two steps of productivity in between, so 1.4 squared. So we actually need roughly the same amount, but the problem is this is more than 2/3 of a belt. It's also more than 3/4 of a belt, so we would need to divide like 4 belts of copper over 5 belts of green chips. That would be possible, but at that point it really doesn't make that much sense anymore to try to build like 4 to 5 splitters and all that stuff just to save like 2 belts on a 12 belt build or something. So yeah, that's not really worth it. But if we look at the ore requirements, this is less than 2/3 of a belt of ore because of the productivity bonus in the furnaces. And for iron, obviously it's also less than 2/3 of a belt of ore. So that means we can take 2 belts of ore and divide it over 3 stacks of furnaces, where we only use 10 furnaces to smelt plates per line of green chips, instead of the usual 13 you would use to make a full belt of plates. So yeah, we're taking 2/3 of a belt of ore, feeding it to 10 furnaces, then outputting the only then we output the plates on a belt. And because that's divided over, we're dividing 2 belts of ore over 3 belts of plates, we can still fit it in here. And that will output 3 belts of green chips from 2 belts of ore. So if I do this times 3, you can see 3 belts of chips require less than 2 belts of ore, less than 2 belts of ore. But we need more than 3 belts worth of space for the plate output. So that is where the inline smelting design comes from. Let's go back to the game. That is why we're using this inline smelting. We smelt iron, we smelt copper, feeding 2/3 of a belt, we output it on an individual belt. I'll actually grab the design with we have the ore input done as well. So 2 belts go into 3. Those 3 belts are going to go into here, and that basically makes 3 belts compressed of green chips, and those 3 belts are then immediately consumed by blue chips. So that means we don't need to make a 60 belt green chip array coming out of some green chip build and going into a blue chip build, because we are basically doing that in line. That should save a lot of belting, a lot of routing, unlike this massive rail thing. This is only 28 belts. The blue chip build would be like twice as big really. even bigger than this. So that is getting out of hand a little. Alright, now we get this. We don't have bots in this network, so that's good. Right, so if we do this, where we just directly consume the green chips, we're basically getting rid of a lot of unnecessary belting, both of iron and copper plates to green chips, and of green chips out of blue chips. The only thing we need to feed in is red chips, which will come in from this side, and sulfuric acid, and one pipe of sulfuric acid is enough for the entire blue chip build, because we only need a little of it. Rip this build in Factorio 2.0, where we're going to have that arbitrary 250 tile limit before we need to pump fluids through again. Alright. Let me just close this real quick. So if you go back to the entire green chip build, we can ignore the requirements for red chips here. You can see we need like slightly over 58 bells. Again, I'm going to overproduce a little bit. 59 is not a nice number, so I'm just going to produce 60 bells of green chips out of 40 bells of copper ore and 40 bells of iron ore. That is the goal for the blue chip build. And then we'll just get out 4.084 bells in each individual belt will output 0.07. That fits into 100, how many times? 14, I think. That's 0.98. Yeah, I think if we put 14 belts of green chips in one belt of output, yeah, that will be 0.98 belts of blue chips. So we can actually do that, I think. Let's try and find out if each of these gets just a full belt of consumed green chips worth of blue chips. How many of belts of green chips do we need in total? Let me just open all of these in a new tab then. So this is rocket control units. We need yellow signs for blue chips. And satellites for blue chips. If I could just find the darn things. Right, but then we're only interested in blue chips. So we'll just open blue chips in new tabs. A lot of tabs will be open. Alright, let's start with the simple one. The simple one being satellites. We require 0.378. If one belt outputs 0.07, 28, 35, 42. So that's 6 belts of consumed green chips. That makes sense. I guess I can just read the number here. What am I doing? Yeah, that's easy. 6 belts of green chips. Am I on the right screen? Yeah, I am. Often I'm not on the right screen, but fortunately I am. How about yellow signs? That is 4,800 a minute. If we ignore red chips again, that is 26 belts. So we've got 6 and 26, that equals 32. And then we've got the last one, rocket control units. 32 and 28. That is 60. That is perfect. So if we just consume 60 belts of green chips, we can send 28 to rocket control units, have a little bit extra blue chips. Then we can send 20... Then we can send 26 of those belts to yellow signs, have a little bit of extra blue chips, so this is perfect. All the overproduction is built into the system if we do it. So 32, 26, and then for satellites it's gonna be 6. Okay, I have convinced myself that this is the way to go now. Okay, I'm going to write it down in my save game. 6, let's remember 6, 26, and 28. Alright. Am I back? I'm back. Okay, let's go to the Excel file. I think I'm just gonna make some notes up here. Blue chips requires green chips. Green chips total $60. I gave it this symbol because that's less in the way. First part is for satellites. For satellites we need 6 belts. Yeah, this is gonna work out beautifully. It's a little bit awkward to set up. I think you get map tag copying and moving in 2.0 again. Map tags used to work different. Some things were better, some things were worse, but you could just click a place and write instead of having to click add tag first to the tag stuff. Alright, so here's the table completed. Rocket control units required 28 and yellow signs required 26, and that in total equals 60, so that's perfect. That's with the overproduction built in. We need 5 point something, 27 point something, and 25 point something. So that is great. Now we just need to find a place then which has the appropriate resources. We do need 40 belts of iron and 40 belts of copper, which is probably like 2 patches each. So 20 belts of iron. Sorry, there's 40 belts of iron. 40, that's not 2 patches each. No, that is 2 patches each. 40 belts of iron, 40 belts of copper. We can probably get it from 2 patches. If we get large ones. We do need a little bit more for... I mean, this... that's for blue chips. Let's put it in the... this is... I can zoom in a bit. Yeah, that's okay. We do need a little bit more resources though. We also need sulfuric acid for the blue chips. And that is going to require some iron as well. Iron plates for sulfuric acid. So... let me close a couple tabs before I switch back here. Just to avoid any flickering. Right, so we are back at the blue chips here. This is our total amount. We're gonna up this a bit. Okay, the screen is gonna be very white, so close your eyes a little bit if you're in a dark place. 189 times 60 equals 11,340. So we'll up this a bit. 11,340. That is our new design goal. 60 belts of consumed green chips, 6 belts of red chips we'll need again. That'll output 4.2 belts of blues. That is our design goal gonna be. We can unignore red chips now. What did I come here for? I came here for the sulfuric acid. So let's open sulfuric acid in a new tab. So it's important we updated this to the new design value to make sure we're also going to have enough sulfuric acid. So we need, if we only barely produce enough for the old value, we're not going to have enough to produce this new value, which is slightly higher. And it is unpredictable where sulfuric acid is going to be short then. So that's why we are doing the new value over here. Oh, sorry for the flicker. I don't know why dark mode is not default when loading a new tab as well. Alright, so we need slightly over a belt of sulfur. We need like 0. Okay, that's nothing. We need like... Is that like... We can do like 1 iron miner for this, I'm pretty sure. Do I have it set to... Yeah, I have it set to mining productivity 510. I'm gonna set it to 500. Right, so 1 miner which mines iron is exactly not enough, but if we beacon that miner, we need just 1 beacon next to that miner, and that should provide all the iron we need for 10,000 signs per minute sulfuric acid for blue chips. That's quite funny. We're gonna do that. And 3 furnaces if we use 16 beacons. If we go 24, will it be 2? No, it's more than 2 furnaces even if we fully surround the furnaces with beacons. So I guess we can just do 16, or we can do 8 and then just build furnaces on both sides. I guess we'll just do 16. We are rich now in terms of Factorio materials which we have to spend. Right, so that's one iron miner into 3 furnaces for sulfuric acid. How much petroleum gas do we need? Less than 60,000 a minute. So that's 60,000 a minute is 1,000 a second. That's roughly 1 pipe of oil. So we won't run into trouble with that. I do want to use basic oil processing though, since that is a lot easier and UPS friendlier to set up. That means we do need like 60,000 oil a second. As you can see, there's still like pipe length 100 is no problem for the throughput. This is the last day we'll have to worry about that. It's not because I'm going to finish this playthrough in Factorio 1.1. I'm not going to upgrade to 2.0 for this playthrough, since many of the fundamentals work so different. We do have like, I think we have like 32 beacon. Yes, like 6 oil refineries. We have a system for oil refineries here, so I think 6 is going to be good. Alright, so that's sulfuric acid figured out. So let's go back to the game. Pop. Oh. That is basically 1 miner. I think I'm going to have to do this. 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1 beacon for the miner, and then I guess we need, in terms of oil, like, yeah, there's 1200 oil. Not really 1200. Let me just quickly check again. It was like 62k, so it's 1000 and a little bit. Let's say less than 1100. So I know I won't need to worry about pipe length. So that is sulfuric acid taken care of. For the rest it's only water. Water. Actually, you do need a lot of water. We need water both for the sulfur and for the sulfuric acid. So we need like 2 offshore pumps worth of water. So let's add that to the table as well. Water, 2 pumps. Okay, this is 2 pumps of water. This is 1100 units of oil. It's good that it's only me who has to understand this later. Alright, and then there's the red chips. Am I going to worry about red chips now? I think I want to take at least a look at the resource requirements so I can figure out the correct location to build it so that the red chips are not too far away. I'm not going to go over the design requirements of red chips now though. That's going to be simply copy-paste from purple signs and what we built before. So we need 6 belts of red chips. Probably I'm just going to build 6.3 belts in that case, because we built them in 1.05 belts a pop. That's going to be pretty easy. But what are the resource requirements? I can basically deduce that if we're going to go for 6.3. We're gonna need 12 belts of green chips, 12 belts of no wait, we need 1.5 per belt, so 9 belts of green chips, 9 belts of okay, yeah, this is right here in front of my nose. 9 belts of plastics, there's also 9 belts of green chips, and then 9 belts of copper, sorry, 18 belts of copper wire, but obviously we're just going to use the build where we vary in the copper and make copper cable on the spot. Let's just open it in a new tab. There goes the flicker again. I'm not going to calculate, I'm just going to add until I am roughly in the right spot. There we are. So this is what the red chips is going to look like. I already know I need 6 belts of ore to make the green chips if we do the inline smelting thing. So let's go back to the game. We'll do a red chip tag to the right a little bit. And we'll add iron and copper back on the menu as well. So first we looked at the green chips. Here we're going to make 6.3 belts. It's not really readable, but I guess it's fine. We won't look at these nodes too often. Okay, let's do it properly. 6.3 belts. 6 sets of 3 columns. And that means we need 9 belts of green chips. 9, 6 iron, 6 copper. I'm not really sure how I'm forming this. The spreadsheet is not really the most logical way. It looks like I'm not really using this. Let's delete it then. 6 iron, 6 copper. We also... Let's just write it out then. That means 9 belts greens, 9 belts plastics, and then plus copper. I didn't figure out how much copper just yet. Alright. I guess let's take a look at the copper requirement then. The copper which goes into copper wire for red chips. So now we ignore green chips. So that's 18 belts of copper wire going in there. That needs 7 belts of copper at the minimum. I think we're just gonna make 9 belts of copper again and divide it over 18 stations. That's the easiest thing to do. So back to the game. 9 belts greens, 9 belts plastics plus 9 belts copper. So then we're up to 15 belts of copper and 6 belts of iron. Looks like. I think that's it actually, 15 belts of iron. Yeah, the other thing is plastics, that's just oil and coal. So red chips is... this is a horrible infographic. We need 6 belts of iron. And another 9 belts of copper. That is red chips. Now get up and stretch. I will do that this time. As soon as we figured this thing out, I'm going to do some stretching. Alright, so that is 40 belts of each for the blue chips, and then another 9 belts of copper and 6 belts of iron for the red chips. That is all the red and green chips accounted for. That's all the green chips for red chips accounted for, all the copper for red chips accounted for. Then the only thing left is plastics. I guess let's put plastics here. We're also going to need 9 belts of plastics. But what do we need for 9 belts of plastics? We're going to need some coal. Back to the planner. Looks like we need 3.4 belts of coal to make 9 belts of plastics. I do have a setup which can make reliable belts of plastics. We can probably just copy that from the purple science build, where we made 9 belts of red chips. So I'm not really too worried about that. So let's say 3.5 belts of coal. Probably it's just going to be like 4.5 probably, to make it easier. But yeah, we need 3.5 or better 4.5. Alright, let's write that down. Wait, before we zap. Okay, we were still on the game screen, that's okay. Let's first zap back to the here. So yeah, 3.5 belts of coal. Probably we'll use 4.5 to make it easier to divide, but who knows? 4 or 4.5. A 4 to 9 splitter? Yeah, I don't know. Don't know about that. Probably just lead a half belt into a whole belt of plastics, and that's it. Petroleum gas though. Oh, here comes the flicker again. I cannot prevent it. Okay, let's set it in per second for this, because that's a bit easier to understand. We need to set it to basic oil processing. We won't need any of the hard stuff. Alright, so we do need 5 pipes of oil. Yeah, we don't need to think about that too much. Oil is pretty rich, and it will get richer and richer as the game progresses, to the point where the infinite state of a single pump jack can still supply a full pipe of oil, basically. We already determined that in a past stream. So I'm just gonna write down like 4.5 belts of coal and 5 pipes of oil for now. Because we're only interested really that some of the resources are close by. Not on how the actual routing is gonna look like. Alright, so here we have it then. What do we need? For blue chips in total 49 copper, 46 iron, let's say 5 coal and 5 oil. I guess 6 oil, because of sulfuric acids needs oil all for itself, and to water. That is the entire requirements for all the blue chips, if I'm not mistaken. How come I don't have a... Okay, now I'm gonna do the get up and stretch. If you have some questions, this is a good time to ask it. I'll still be reading chat during the stretching, and I can actually do some proper interaction. I need to get this thing off my lap somehow. Too many cables. I wish they would invent wireless cables. Of course we got wireless technology, but we don't have actual wireless cables. Alright, so I guess let's put something entertaining on the screen for you. I don't really have the... Nothing is working in the base. We can just do the... Let's do the twisting module stuff. Yeah, that is kind of an epic shot, I guess. If we have the static, it may even look nice. Let me also close the curtains up a little bit. I mean, I'm staying at the hospital's parking in a camper van. I guess that's a bit weird. I am parked in a tactical location, though, as far away from any passerbys as possible, but yeah, still. Alright. Let me get the chat on the screen, especially the YouTube chat, which I have been ignoring for a bit. Okay, there is no chat here. What about on the YouTube page? But is my stream dead? Or is just YouTube stream dead? My connection is dropping like crazy. Why is that? It was fine all the time. 20,000 apps open on my phone. Maybe that is not really helping. Close everything. Oh, we're struggling. Yeah, all my chat messages are gone. I don't know if people still hear me. Not dead, not dead. It's alive. Oh, come on. Work. Are we good again? I think we're good again. Did the stream cut out or? Or did we get by the skin of our teeth or something? What is the proverb? Alright, I'm gonna start doing the stretching. Why are the modules going on that long snaky thing before going on the yellow belt? Because then I have something to put on the background screen while I do the get up and stretch thing. I guess, mostly because of that reason. Okay, I'm going to read back a bit, starting from the back. I want to see Mike upgrade the base to 2.0. You don't want to do a video about upgrading to 2.0. Looks like we're maybe once it's finished, we can upgrade it to 2.0. We can see what breaks and just upgrade it. But like, I believe yellow and purple signs are going to are they going to still be made on Novice or not? Actually, I think they do, but I forgot actually how it is going to be. I know rocket silos are going to be blue signs, and you can start going to other planets after blue signs already. I don't know if you even can unlock yellow and purple signs anymore without going to the other planets. I guess in Factorio 2.0 base game, not too much should change. I guess their rocket silos will still be behind purple and yellow tech. If you don't have space age, but just the, I guess, Factorio 1.2. Yeah, we are basically prot modding everything. How much blue chips is that? I guess I answered that. Alright, looks like I didn't miss too much. Commercials are starting, looks like. 2.0 should be roughly the same when it comes to science progression. Yeah, I guess without space age. I'm a little bit not up to speed with the terminology. The next factor is Factorio 2.0 is going to be space age, right? And Factorio 1.2 is going to be the new version of Factorio without space age, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's the other way around. We still have coffee. Kind of. Kind of yes, but really no. I don't have a face cam, but I'll stomp on the ground a bit so you can actually know that I am doing my exercises. 2.0, it will be 2.0 and then DLC. Alright, I'm not. Okay, that's good. Oh, the question is then... Oh god, the question is then, can I run Factorio 1.1 in combination with also you doing space age? I guess I can, because we have gotten a separate installation for Factorio Space Age, so if I just keep using that one, I should be able to keep using Factorio 1.1 for the 10,000 signs per minute stream. So yeah, basically, I guess I won't be able to have 1.1 and Space Age on the same installation. We should get something like that Minecraft launcher system for Factorio, where you can just have separate installations of all the old game versions you want. You can still play Minecraft 1.8, which is before the combat update and that kind of stuff. You can just have all these separate installments next to each other. I guess for Space Age that is not going to be the case. Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to do that. Oh, looks like stream is stable again. Alright, Twitch chat, you are now having the same fate as YouTube chat, because I have put my phone on the window in order to have a better connection. I cannot see any chat at all anymore at the moment, unless I alt tab out, as I did right now. Oh, it's time to switch on the heater. Just download the non-Steam version. I have the non-Steam version. I am on Steam, but I don't have Factorio through Steam. You know what you need? A separate monitor for chat. If only somebody offered me a separate monitor for chat. Yeah, I know. So for those of you who don't know, Jimacha offered me a separate monitor for chat, like not really a monitor, but a low energy consuming thing which I can just put next to it. I was going to visit in your hometown, but then the medical emergency happened and I just rushed back to the Netherlands. So yeah, unfortunately I missed the chance to come by. This time I will be back in the Alps at some point, but not just quite right now yet. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to alt tab back in the game. I'm going to miss most of the chat. Unfortunately, from this point going forward, I will have that fixed before tomorrow's first space age stream. It is a monitor, yeah, but it was like a low power thing, right? Not like a... No, okay. I will alt tab out on a few occasions and hope everything doesn't crash. Right, we're getting up to byte revolution 99.88% almost on vanilla. Default settings, pollution progression. We do have more biters to take out than in default settings due to my applying 2D variables in a 1D way in my 0D brain. Okay. So let's just have a quick look. Is this still working? It looks like it is. Are we still bringing them back to the base? Looks like we do. So yeah, we are still making some solar panels and whatnot, in case we want to expand this to a full 2 million solar panels. That's possible. We have the landfill, we have all the infrastructure for that. We're still making the solar panels. But I think it's gonna be enough. The old starter nuclear reactor, which has been idle for basically 140 hours now or so. Here we are still making stuff. How is our wood stockpile? We still have a lot of wood, 730,000 of it. We have burned through almost 1 million wood already in about 50 hours. So another 30 hours and all of this wood will be gone, theoretically, approximately. Alright, so let's just deconstruct this. I'm going to design in editor mode. I guess I'll walk back to the base in my actual save. I don't need anything of that. I do need this, so I guess we will make a save. 361. Blue chip design time. Alright. Oh, that's bad. Alright, I should... did I save in time? Can I just prevent that? I'll make another separate save before I go into editor mode, so this save for sure is not tainted by going into editor mode. By the way, Warptorio, I will be posting the end game save as well as a blueprint book for that series on my Discord. For Warptorio, I'm going to just make it public, so on Patreon you have access to a lot of save games through the entire build, but I'm just going to make the Warptorio book and the end game save available on the Discord channel. I will need a little bit of time to update the blueprints and to iron, just to make it presentable basically, because now it's just a mess of me having like different versions and outdated versions of blueprints and whatnot. I do have a YouTube book here which is outdated, and I have my own book which has everything, including all the partial design tests and all this garbage which you don't need, so I have to tidy that up a bit, but it will be on the Discord. Okay, I was walking back to the base, and then we save, and then we save again for the editor mode. Editor. blue chip. Alright, so I used to design just into an empty map, basically with the lab tiles. For these big builds though, I am designing in my actual map, because it kinda matters where the resources are coming from for how you decide where to hook up everything. So if I would just design this in a vacuum, and it goes out to the left, and then in the game it turns out it should go to the right. Steel is not coming from here, but it's coming from here. Stone bricks are coming from here. You need to know where the stuff is coming from with designs this big, as a lot of the design is actually the belt routing. If you look at the rail build, this is the rail build, and then this is all the belt routing around it, and the steel smelting around it. So yeah, I saw 3 big iron patches here, so I knew steel was gonna come from this side. A small iron patch for the sticks, and then stone somewhere up there. But yeah, that is we need to know where the resources are. That is the whole issue. So what I'm gonna do is gonna take a little bit of time. I want to be able to speed up the game a lot, and now I cannot really do that. So we're gonna delete a lot of stuff. We are in edit mode, right? Okay, we have a separate save. Okay, so I can go into editor mode now. /editor. So now we have not yet accessed the editor, so it will ask me again before I disable achievements. So I'm keeping the real run pure like that by making separate saves to do the designing. Of course, time will not progress now. Let's delete blue chips. Let's delete the first 3 science packs, I mean. 35,000 belts. And a bunch of other stuff. There's only 35,000 belts for the first 3 science packs combined. I think we had more than 100,000 belts for purple science alone. Right, so that's gone. If I now update the map, that is gone. I guess we'll also delete purple science. We're gonna keep the Roboport stack though. I also want to keep this stack here, so I have to do this a bit more careful. I'm not really sure yet where I am going to draw that from. Actually, I'll make a couple tags on the map where purple science is located, so I don't go in the same area. So this is like one corner. Just outline the corners. That is forbidden area. Okay, I guess we'll go around that steel build. Does not need to be exact, but just so that we know. We cannot use... We can use this oil patch, because we're not using that and we're not blocking that, so let's keep that free. I will understand I'm using this iron patch, I presume, so... Alright, so now I marked that off. So after I delete everything, I will still understand where purple science is located. Yeah, these things take... this will take a little bit of time. Let's do it in a couple smaller sections, in order to not freeze the entire game. About the Factorio pricing, I think 35 is pretty fair. Especially if you consider the fact how much the devs keep updating their game. I mean, the game is 10 years old and it is still... The last update was not too long ago. some stupid YouTuber discovered some glitch to make like infinite productivity or something. And they updated the game still. Even though they said they were not going to update it anymore, they still did. Okay, it's a little bit confusing. I guess I'll just delete this one. Okay, now I understand it. It goes like this, like this, like this, like this, this. Alright. That's the purple science area. We'll delete the module build. This will go a lot faster. The nuclear reactor goes away. Yeah, you can play the demo first as well. Uh-oh. Okay, the bots will need to get some new homes. Okay, here goes this. I guess I keep the starter base around a bit. There's the robot networks. We'll delete this one. Oh, I guess we'll delete this. I will delete most of this as well. I will understand that. This is the part I need. This will be in the actual blueprint, so I can align my design later with the on the map. I have a sticky Alt key. So these are just now going to go to the main base. So I guess I'll just keep the storage chests around with a couple of roboports. I have to put a fake power source here though. Okay, my storage chests are there, some roboports are there. Let's delete the 100,000 fish. Is this still there? That's already gone. Alright, I know this is a lot of I guess I'll keep the robot. This is a lot of preparation for just some design work. It's gonna be worth it though. We're gonna spend a lot of hours in the design world before we are actually going to be able to export the blueprint to the actual save file again. Alright, let's do a map update. Alright, so those bots are going there. I guess they will just... Anyway, they will go to the solar field, right? No, they are not. Okay, that's bad. That is annoying. Okay, I have a trick. Go to the solar fields. I command you bots. Alright, good slaves. Now just Control Z. And they will still keep going right. Alright, they still keep going right. So no bots will end up over here. It's not super important, but I think we gotten rid of everything, really. I will also get rid of all the radars in the solar grid. Those are the last real UPS consuming thing. I guess once the bots have arrived, we can also get rid of the... Oh, the game is not gonna like this either. We can also get rid of the roboports after the bots have arrived, but first let me try to do this. 2,400 traders. And there's roughly like 11,000 roboports in there. Alright, that's better. Let's try to speed up the game now. Alright, we're getting like 900 UPS now, so that's 15, 16 times actual game speed. That is good enough for the design process. Then we can speed up resources flowing on belts a bit and that kind of stuff. After we delete the roboports, it's gonna be even higher. Okay, now I need to physically get over. Let's first decide where we're gonna build this. So I still have my nodes, that's also nice. I can no longer copy the the red chip build from the purple science setup though, I just deleted that. Well, I guess we can make temporary blueprints by loading and reloading and that kind of stuff. Okay, so we need like 49 bells of iron. We've got the design where we are mining. We got a design where we mine 24 bells, and we got a design where we mine 16 bells. We can of course adjust that to like, if there is more ore, we can extract more by just keep adding miners. But 16 and 24 are the base designs. So that's basically 3 small patches or 2 big patches for both resources, with copper ore needing 1 extra line. So yeah, but in general we are mostly looking for 2 big iron patches and 2 big copper patches for the blue chips, with a nearby smaller one for red and green chips. That would be okay as well. We also need close by a little bit of coal and like enough for like 6 pipes of oil. That's not going to be an issue, I think. We do not need to make any steel, which is nice. Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow. I guess I'll start in the actual European evening around 7 o'clock or something. Obsolete Alien has 1300 hours on Factorio, which is 2 cents per hour. I guess I have dropped into the centi cents by now. a two-digit number of centi cents per hour. Centi cent is a valid unit, by the way. Long live the metric system. Right. I alt-tapped out to read chat. I'm proud of myself. I guess since we're in design mode, let's put it there. I will forget to put it back later. I do not know how many hours I have in Factorio. I have not connected Factorio to Steam. Some part of me wants to know, but a larger part of me is glad I don't know. Okay, though, I thought they were gone, but yeah, basically we will just put GT power down here. That should put back the low roboport grid on the map. Plop. I did not mark the actual patches I am using, but I guess I'm using everything inside here. So those I cannot use. Let's just blot them out for clarity. So we kind of have an idea. Here we had like 3 big ones for these 3 we have for steel, and then the smaller left one was for the iron sticks, if I remember correctly. This was copper. I don't think we're using any other copper than that one. I guess stone and coal, but yeah, it's not really... Is it that important? Maybe it's important. I forgot which one we were using. Stone. We don't need stone, so we don't need to worry about that, but oil was important. I think we're using this one. We have the red chip built over here. Oil, yeah, I think it's this one. And this coal patch is claimed as well. So that is those are illegal. We're probably gonna go on this side, I feel like. Like this is like two good iron patches. That does not really have copper close by though. We have good copper patches without iron close by. We can also look on this side of the map. This is a bit further away from spawn still, so the resources should be pretty good. See, this area looks pretty nice for blue chips. It is quite close to the edge of the map though. I didn't check pollution a single time. Well, yeah, looks like a pollution cloud is still within the map borders, and there are no more biters on the map, except for on the islands, from where they cannot get to us. This is also not too bad. It's annoying. It's gonna be annoying to get bots out here though. I'll probably have to just redo my bot highway in as straight a line as possible in order to avoid this super zigzagging all the time. It's gonna be much worse if the build is far further out to the left still. Oh, I really don't know where to put it. The resource density here in general is much higher than over here, which makes me think I should just put summer over here, so I can also... I need to make the other yellow and space science ingredients, if those are going to be built reasonably close by each other. I should not make blue chips here and then make low density structures here and robot frames over here. And satellite, no, I should make it all in one area. This looks pretty good. I kind of want to go here, but... maybe... I mean, I can just belt like I can just belt out blue chips over a long distance. The thing is, let's say I use this over here. I'm compressing like 60 belts of resources into like 4 belts of blue chips. So it doesn't really matter if the blue chips need to travel far. As long as the 60 other belts of resources don't need to travel far, we should be okay. This we are using for the starter base still. Okay, let's just grab the size of the blue chip build. So this is gonna be blue. Okay, that's a big monster. Okay, perhaps this is a little bit too resource dense to place a build as large as this. I guess we could build it on the side here or something. Oh, that's a big boy. We can build it over the coal patch. Nobody's gonna miss that. Oh, that's pretty big. Okay, let's just put it down there so I can copy it. We'll just grab the 24 miner design. See if we can fit it on somewhere. Because we not only need space for this thing, we also need space for the miners and smelters. Actually, this is not correct. My smelting is integrated in the blue chip setup. So I should not use the smelting setup. I should use the bare miners. The miners without furnaces like this. Something like this. You have to check if the miners have enough resources. There should be at least 1 million under each miner. So it looks like this patch is actually not quite up to the task for 24 bells. So I think we're going to try to separate our builds. Basically what I need is so I only need to smelt the copper for red chips like a normal person, and the rest is going into the integrated smelting for green chips basically, because these are all for green chips. This is just green chips into blue, this is green chips into red, and only the 9 belts of I guess it's 15 belts in total then. Only the 6 belts for red chips will be smelted normally. So yeah, I made this nice miner design, and I am not really using it a lot because of the inline smelting overriding my miner design. Copper, copper, iron, iron. This could be the one for blue chips. There is not really oil or coal nearby, so that is not great. So I think we just have to go somewhere here. Man, maybe we have to take a quick look at the resource requirements for the other elements, so we can align it a bit better. So for yellow signs, bot frames is just a couple belts. We can basically draw that from anywhere, but low density structures is going to be big as well. Looks like we need roughly 80 belts of copper and 30 belts of iron into steel. So that's another 5 or so copper patches. 5 copper patches and 2 iron patches for low density structures. So another 5 copper patches and 2 iron patches for low density structures. So where's a high density of copper? Looks like around here. There's some iron, but also there's a lot of copper. For those we'll actually be able to use the my mining design, which has these smelters integrated. So basically we just paste this and we have 16 bells of copper for low density structures. That's the idea. So we need 5 of those. Let's just plop down 5 of those. 3, 4, 5. Alright. And then we need 2 steel smelters. Those are larger. That is low density structures again. That's 24 iron. I need the steel. Steel is down here. 16 belts of steel. Yeah, we can probably get it out of that guy. And another 16 belts of ore into steel. We can combine these two. Probably. I think this would make a decent area then for low density structures. This is not going to be rich enough. Maybe this one is also not going to be rich enough. No, this is okay. More than 1 million ore, that is the goal. Under every miner needs to be more than 1 million ore. I think we can even get away on that patch as well. Maybe not 500k. All of them are good except one line over here. I guess technically we can switch it around and we can make... no, it's not big enough. Okay, that's not big enough. Control Z. This one is big enough for sure though. Alright, so that is steel. The steel is quite a big boy. So I'm blocking my copper patch if I do that. How about this way? I think I can do it this way. And I still will have space to take out the steel belts and not mess with the copper belt here. And then we can just paste this on here like so, or like so, whatever. Okay, that's 1, 2... That could be low density structures. There's a little bit more fragmented than I thought it was going to be. I mean, we do have good copper here as well. We just don't have any iron nearby. I should have used a different patch for purple signs, then it would maybe have been possible. Here it's just too spread out, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's actually a lot of patches as well. A lot of copper, but where is the steel gonna come from? All the way from over here? That would be a way to use this area, which is not really good for much else. There's also coal, and there is a good patch of oil. Yeah, that's all we need for low densities for sure. Okay, so what if low densities goes up here? I was supposed to be doing blue signs, blue chips. 1, 2. These patches are all big enough and rich enough though. 3. I guess we can use this one. 4. 5. It kind of makes sense to do it here. 5. I don't know which way. Let's do this way. All the copper is coming in close by each other, and we can just bring the steel in from further away. Anyway, we will compress the 28 belts of iron ore into however many steel belts that is, like 8 belts of steel or something. So that is still okay. So we copy this. This is the steel one. So this patch is unavailable now, unless I reroute that, which I don't really want to do. 525. I think even this one will do. Alright, so that could be low density structures. Steel. Let me just check the miners here real quick. Yeah, 5 million. Okay, this is perfect. This is a good, well-rounded patch. I can even get more belts out of here than that, and especially from this patch we should probably be able to draw another 4 belts if we need to. Yeah, we need 40. Okay, we already have more than we need. We need only 28 belts of iron ore into steel. We already have 32 like this. I think this is a promising area then for low density structures. We can even use this oil source And we have plenty of coal for the choosing here. We have this oil source as well, so we can use either of those. Those are not going to be used for anything else anyway. Yeah, and we got, depending on how big the actual build is going to be for low densities, they're going to be good. I think it was only like 6 bells of low densities coming out, so it's it doesn't really matter where we build it. Then it kind of makes sense to put blue chips up here. This. For the... no, this one is crappy. This one is crappy. Some of these patches are crappy. Should we go all the way out here? That is pretty far. These patches are excellent though, and it also is off to one side, which is nice. But we can then join low density belts, blue chip belts, and then robot frames close by. That could be yellow signs right here. We may even be able to put yellow signs assemblers like right here. Know what I can do? I can I have one blueprint which is just the roboports and the power network for yellow signs. That should not be a big UPS draw. I have clicked. I'm now just waiting for Factorio to put everything in place. There we go. Alright, so that is purple signs again without the actual assemblers. It's just the power network. I let the bots build the power network first. The power network, radars and roboports. The clocks for the miners, but none of the actual infrastructure itself. It helps to get the bot network up a bit faster. Oh yeah, then it makes sense. Low densities, blue chips and robot frames somewhere over here. More low densities and blue chips can go to the rocket silo. We need something for rocket fuel. And then we need I guess speed modules for... I think that's actually almost all of the stuff we need. The high bulky stuff. So this is not really a lot. Low densities are accounted for. This is just oil. Blue chips are accounted for. Speed modules is another patch of iron and 2 patches of copper, but we can deal with that. And then I guess solars and accumulators for satellites is going to be another patch or 2 or 3. I don't know exactly. But the biggest things for both yellow and space finds combined are the blue chips and the low densities. So those are the important ones. The rest is just tack it on. So I guess I don't need that much space for blue chips. It's kind of overkill to design it this far away then. Let's try to get it somewhere close by. So we got the actual yellow signs area here. It would be nice if we can just... It would be very nice if we can just copy this. And just build it like right next to... Build it right next door. Like a substation away. Can we do that? Like so. How did the yellow signs build look like though? I don't think I have that in my book separate. Actually I do. Okay, then I can put that into place. Just okay, that's not gonna fit like that, I don't think. That's too close by. Can I just keep this spacing somehow? I don't think so. Maybe I can. Yeah, I can. Alright. So let's delete it. So it would be great if yellow signs could be built right here. I think the blueprint just doesn't fit because it's purple signs with its 28 belts of rails. But yellow signs just needs a couple belts of input. Unfortunately, we don't need that many belts for yellow signs. But if we can build yellow signs right here, that would look epic. We have then we've got the first 3 sign specs nicely aligned and the 2 later ones nicely aligned. Then it's just a matter of finding a spot for military signs later. Okay, I'm kind of sold on this idea. So yeah, I guess we'll just build blue chips out as far as it will go. So let's just tag some things. That one looks good. This one is excellent. And this one is excellent. I want to get 20 belts out of these. This one sucks, this one sucks. Together they could suck less, but still, maybe I'll just grab this one. That is pretty far away, so... Okay, let's just grab the actual blue chip build. We'll just paste it in somewhere and see how it fits. Yes, that is pretty big. From which side is the ore coming in? The other side. So if all the ore comes in from the top, if I just ignore this crappy iron patch, I can then build it like somewhere over here. Plop. I say plop, but of course it takes a while. Let's get rid of all the trees and rocks in our design area. Okay, that's easier than I thought, so let's just delete everything. Alright, so now we won't have to shift click everything, we can just click. Poor bot, long traveling distance. I wonder what the record for longest belt is. Probably... I don't know, Washington didn't use a belt, right? To this end of the world stream. He used like a railway. That's probably the longest railway though. Just trying to catch up with chat a bit. Oh, hello Odeon. I no longer see chat, by the way. My phone is on the window because I had a lot of connection issues. Alright. So that could be blue chips. Look at the nice power network. I'm also going to power that so we don't have the game blinking at us all the time. I'll just put it up here. Alright then. So we do not need the actual smelters, we just need the miners. We're just gonna ignore this patch. This is gonna be used for belt routing. It's gonna be massive. We do need one more iron patch. Perhaps we will use it, who knows. Okay, let's start with copper. Copper is clear what we need to do. So I guess let's just grab the miners only for the 24. Okay, it's too big. They're gonna come out the left and right side and go down. It's probably want this orientation. Then the belts start going out to the right. Right? I guess this orientation is better. Or is it? Okay, let's just look what the best orientation is to put the miners on. I cannot find my blueprint. Yeah, this is a bit too much miners for this patch. Let's use the smaller one. So this is 16 belts. We need 40. So I can do this and then add 4 by dragging it 1. So now we have 20 belts. That is what we want. 3.9 million, 3.3. We'll just check the edges if they have enough ore. 1.3, 3.2, 3.3, 2.4. Okay, so if we go up 1.5, if we go left 2.1. This is also good. This 3.3, 1.9. I think we'll go left. We'll go left 1 and up 1. So let's just get these. We'll put it left 1, up 1, grab the rest. 2.1, 1.9, 2.4. Okay, this is perfect. Alright, so that is 20 belts. Let's just copy the 20 belt one. Okay, here we can get more than 20 belts easy. I guess we'll also just use the same orientation to make it look nice. Here we could definitely get 24 belts if we wanted to. .4, 1.2. Actually, this is pretty poor corner. 2.2, 4.4, 3.3, relatively speaking. 1.2. Okay, all of these miners are over 1 million, so that means that they're good. But okay, where is? We're gonna need some red chip inputting on this side as well. I could probably use this one for red chips. 15 belts. Smelted into furnaces partly. We can grab 6 belts of iron. We can grab from even this crappy patch over here. We can definitely fit like 6 belts of iron on there, which have 1 million under each miner. So that probably means we want to build red chips off to this side. We even could use this crappy patch. Crappy means it's still got like millions of ore everywhere. Crappy, what do you mean crappy? Right, so this one is not valid. These are all good. This is good. There's like 24 belts of this crappy patch, so these are all millions. Okay, so this patch is not crappy at all, even though it's just 317 compared to like 800 or like a gig of copper. Alright, so let's tag this for red chips. And this for red chips. I guess we can... I didn't make a separate blueprint for red chips. But we can For now we can use the 1k signs per minute. There's 0.35 belts of red chips blueprinting. We wanted 6.3 belts. So there's 1 belt, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that should be 18 assemblers. It is. So this is the size of the red chip build. And then we still have to smelt 9 belts of greens somewhere. Somewhat similar to this. Oh god. Do I have that as well somewhere? 2 belts of greens. This is an old design though, is it? Maybe it's not. It is in the fact that there is no smelting integrated here. So I kinda need the other one. I have to remember to make the actual copies though. For now we'll just grab this just for the size. I guess with the roboport as well. So it's 9 belts of this for red chips. If we're grabbing that here, we have a lot of space actually. Oil is here. May actually just then build it up here. I may be able to just draw the 6 belts of copper from this patch over here, if the belts don't take up too much space. The belts probably will take up too much space though. Yeah. We'll do red chips down here. Let's just paste 9 of these guys. Alright, so that's smelting plus green chips. We may do a vertical red chip build here then. Something like that. Do need plastics and oil still somewhere. So let's grab the green chips. We'll do the green chips over. Guess we can do it like right next to the smeltery or something. Plop. I should actually take some of these giant raiders from the editor's extensions mod, which don't use power, and just plop that down somewhere. Then we can actually see something. I'll actually not put them in the way so much. We'll just put them in the science build here. And we'll put one all the way out over here or something. That's too far. Yeah, too far. One chunk too far, alright. There then. Okay. Pop. Alright, vision. We may draw water from there. Alright, playing on all visible mode. Yes, stone and coal are not max size. That was a mistake because I cannot easily use this 16 miner design on it. But of course I didn't know I was going to use a 16 miner design at the point where I designed it. Okay, let's make a save right here. This is, yeah, I made this save specifically for the editor mode already, so I can just override that. So I missed a bunch of wiring and whatnot. Alright, I can delete the roboports now. Ease up! Oh, I lied, it's only 10,000 roboports, not 11. This could, yeah, remember, this takes some time because all the roboport networks are reconfiguring themselves. I think it's very hard to keep a Pianodon playthrough engaging. I mean, Dosh did a great job on the C-block video, but even that one already has many recipes where you just start to zone out a bit. Like the umpteenth weird chemical recipe. And at some point, you know, it's just not possible unless you play Pianodon yourself to keep it interesting, I think, for an audience. So, yeah, it's brave souls who are going into that for sure. Alright, so this is the size. This is the blue chip size, red chip and green chip. Okay, that's not too bad. We've got some oil and plastics left to set up, but yeah, we'll have to copy that from an earlier build. I think we'll just get started with the inputs of iron and copper for blue chips. And I guess we can design, if we now know that red chips is coming from the right, we can design the red chip, 6 barrels of red chips intake. 1, 2, 3, 4, we keep a robot space, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 barrels of red chips coming in. Okay, this time I actually move over there with my actual non-character character. We have a way to travel. Okay, we are getting there. Alright, so now I can actually do things not from the map view and we can have game sounds. Let's just hope I keep remembering how to do it. I should have not deleted absolutely everything. I had a nice setup to make 2 barrels of ore into 3. Which I now cannot really use anymore. Alright, so I now kinda know what I need. I'll make a save here. I'll load back my actual save and make some temporary blueprints which I can use in this actual world here before I mess anything up. We'll delete this one. Is it safe to alt tab out during a loading sequence? I probably better not risk it. Load times are getting longer and longer the more we design and build in the actual world. I think Pianodons is best enjoyed as a stream, of which you don't need to watch everything, but you just tune in every now and then it's like one of those soap shows where you... That's a stupid story, but I'm gonna tell it anyway. When I was a child, my grandmother and grandfather would come to visit once a week, and when they came, we always watched a show which my grandmother used to watch, The Bold and the Beautiful. So we watched that show once per week, and I, as a kid, I could follow the entire series exactly, and I didn't know how many times a week it got aired. I watched it once a week, and I could follow the story exactly. And it turned out it was on every day, and I just watched it once a week, and I still could follow the exact story. I think Pianodons could be kinda like that, where if you watch like Bold Viking or Mike Lott, both of them were doing a Pianodon on Twitch, I think, a Pianodon playthrough. You can watch them and just get a sniff of the actual pain and just tune in occasionally. I think it's best enjoyed like that instead of playing it yourself. Dare I say that? Alright, let's make a couple blueprints. So what do I want to have? I want to have the actual... this part, yeah, this is what I want. This is coal insertion and the belt mixing for red chips. We just can use a smaller version of this. We don't have to redesign everything again. We can do this without the extra belt, that is good. So I guess let's just blueprint. This is actually part of it. So we'll grab this part. It doesn't need to be exact, we can just trim it later on. Obviously oil is not going to be good. That could be like temporary red chips. So we can paste that. Let's put it in the library. Not quite ready to delete these purple sciences just yet. So that is one of them. The other one is... we're going to do something like this for blue chips as well. But here it's just green chips. I do want this blueprint for green chips as well. So we can basically grab this. And that could be a temporary green chip blueprint, which we can adapt for blue chips. Is there anything else? Yeah, the plastics, but that is also integrated in here now. Let me just quickly think. I think that's it, really. Those are the two big ones I wanted to have. I even have oil, but yeah, that's not going to be that useful. How am I doing it here? Just a full belt of coal to make 2 belts of plastics. Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, 1 belt of coal, 2 belts of plastics. Like we don't have any productivity at all. But still, it's easier to set up that way. Right, is that all? Is that really all? I'm thinking I'm missing something. Am I missing something? Let me read chat, maybe somebody said something. Bold Viking is mostly a bearded guy sitting around laughing, while Pianodon is on in the background. How did he get his base built then? That's what I want to know. I'm not gonna do Pianodons either. I mean, it took me a year It took me 1 year to get through Warptorio with my editing style. I think Pianodon would take me all life. I really like the music that Mike has on his stream, that like some synth electronic stuff or something. And Megatron, he has a helper there. Alright. Alright, I think that's it. I'm just gonna loot the other safe. I have the 2 temporary blueprints I need. Let's see how far we get. I have to keep an eye on the time. Let's see if the parking is deserted or not. Oh, it's actually pretty empty here. So I was thinking there was going to be a lot of cars staying overnight here as well, and that I would kind of blend in. Not really though. We'll see if some security guy comes by or not. And then if he gives me the boot or not. I think we'll get through fine. Alright, so now we got the actual blueprint. So let's get red chips out here. We'll have to trim that down a bit, so let's just place it here. So we'll delete this. We'll just cut the oil part out here for now. Put that down here. And that means all of this can go away then. This is a different miner. Coal coming in. Chips going out. We don't need that. I guess we can keep this part. And this is the red chips coming out. But not all. We have some green chips here, which we don't need. Because that was for productivity modules. So something like this it's gonna be. How many belts is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is like 8 belts plus overflow. We don't need the overflow, we just need 8 belts. 6 belts, so I guess this entire area can disappear. And then for red chips we are not going to be needing the overflow. This is coming out balanced. All of these come out balanced, so yeah, one of these is gonna back up. I guess just this will just back up the right one. We'll keep this input priority on these two. And this one just will back up. If this one backs up, we can visually see everything is alright. We just need to change this for this. We do not need the side loading here. So that means we do not need these undergrounds here. So I guess we'll just quickly adapt that for each of these 6. And I should actually go over there so we can hear some sounds. Where is it? Man, these builds are just too large. Where am I? Are we off to the left? Okay. Okay, so 1 is good, 2 is good, then 3. There's 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. Okay, this is okay. Here it gets different. Okay, so actually delete this part, I guess. And we'll just copy this section. I hope that pasted well. There's no clocking going on here, so no wiring. So that should still be good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 belts, right? There's 6. Okay, so these are good by default now. I don't know if the red chips are gonna go to the left. But that is the way it is for now. Oh wait. Yes, that could be the output. Yeah, I guess we will have to reconfigure the input a bit. I guess copper is going to be fine. That does not need to be changed. Except that it needs to be shortened. Nine belts of copper. Okay, that is correct. And 9 belts of plastics. So we can delete the last 4. This is just a single one. I think I just deleted these output side here. I guess I can delete 2 of these like this, and then I can just copy this over here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So roughly like that. I guess we'll have to fine-tune it a bit more, but that is the idea. Now we will have to reconfigure this belt thing. We can use the same system, but we have to adapt it to this size over here. So I guess this is okay for as far as the size goes right now. I kind of do not want to delete this just yet. Yeah, we'll have to... I think it'll be easiest to just copy a section of this and then just delete the entire thing and rebuild it. So I'm just going to keep it like this for now. That is red chips. And that is going to be built... Okay, let's delete a couple more roboports here. That is going to be built somewhere over here. We can put plastics on the other side as well. So here we got green chips incoming from the north. Just as a size reference. So would it make sense to... Maybe it does make more sense to build it over here. It really makes more sense to build it right next to a copper patch somewhere. Okay, we have good green chips. Put green chips here for now. The big one is this one. I cut it, so I need to paste it now. The output on that side. Yeah, I think we have to just reconfigure the in and output. I wish I could flip this now, because coal is on the bottom here. And we could even use... Which oil are we going to use? Here's a good question. I guess this one. It kind of does make sense to build it like somewhere over here then. As this is red chips coming out and we got resources coming in, we can flip the the coming in. We can also put plastics on the south side if we wish to. But anyway, we need to either build coal up or bring oil down. Probably makes more sense to put plastics on the other side though. Plastics can come in then from the bottom and green chips from the top. That kinda makes sense as well. Let's grab the temporary green chip thing with the inline smelting. And then we just need how many belts again? I think 9. Yeah, 9. So this is way more than 9. The clock is up there as well. This is a clocked build, so we do want to copy that part. Yeah, this we don't need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is what we need. And if that is gonna come in from the top, kinda makes sense to put that over here. We can mine the iron directly next to it. Bring the chips over, bring it down. Copper and iron goes in over here. And then we'll move plastics to the bottom side. We'll switch that around basically. Unfortunately, I cannot flip this. Let's do the stupid workaround to do this. We'll just copy only the chemical plants. I guess with the modules. Just a blueprint with the chemical plants. And we'll plop that down here. Now we delete the chemical plants. Because the chemical plants are the elements that cannot be flipped, because for some recipes the inputs are not flippable, then it will break. But for plastics that's not the case. So now I actually deleted those. I can now pick up this. And now I can flip this. Okay, let's not fine tune right now. Alright, so now I just copy this. And I put the chemical plants back in place. Like so. And the blueprint is flipped successfully. No, but for plastics they should just let us flip the blueprint. Alright, so now we got copper, or now we got our chips coming in from the top. The chips are coming out here, and they will just join these belts. That is good. Plastics is coming from here. We can mine coal right here, bring that in. Somehow we need to pipe oil over, maybe from here then. It will be less in the way, but maybe we'll grab this one just to be... because this one is not used at all, and we can just pipe it around like... So we need the oil refinery still as well somewhere. I did not measure that just yet, but we'll plop them down, I guess somewhere. Well, they can probably fit over here. Alright, I think we're kinda ready to start hooking up some stuff. So we can get... Actually, I do want this contraption still. We're gonna use that. We're also gonna use this probably. Can I just copy a 9 wide variant from this? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-ish. Oh yeah, that works. That works. Right, that's a lot of things which we don't need to do one more time then. So now we just have 9 bells of iron and 9 bells of copper incoming. I forgot which one needs to go where, but that does not really matter too much. I hope copper needs to come in from this side, that would be nice. But I think iron is coming in from this side actually. We can probably flip that around. Can we? Blink, blink, blink. Alright, the second line of furnaces outputs over here. And that goes to copper. So this is copper. So copper is this belt. So copper is this belt. Yeah, copper is smelted over here. Iron is smelted over here. So iron is the first one. That means iron is coming from the right, copper from the left. Okay, that is not great. I wish I can flip that around, and I can. So I just cut out this part. I'll just flip that. And that should be good. Except the output doesn't line up. Alright, now we are gonna visualize stuff, because we are getting in the actual design part. Nice, that infinity we can just load it in. So ideally iron would come from here. Let's check if that actually works. And copper from this side. Let's see if it starts up. And now we can get that speed up function going. Okay, green chips are coming out, so that is working. At least that part is working. Let's make them disappear again. Looks like I'm already getting a lot stuff on the map in order to speed up the game much. Okay, low density could fit over here. I can probably get rid of that. Let's not get rid of that. If we need higher speed, we'll get higher speed, but looks like we don't really need it just yet. Okay, that is green chips, roughly in location. So green chips works. We do need to use this contraption to spread out the ores. So basically this means the other way around. But not so many of them. We only need 3 of those. I think that was just 2 belts coming in. Goes out like that. That is just like one paste. And we just do that 3 times here. That is not gonna fit quite as nicely. This tiles like this, if I remember correct. Except these need to move in 1 tile every time. So I probably should have copied from this side in that case. That would have been the smart thing to do. This one we can get rid of. These two belts we can get rid of. All of these other belts we can get rid of. That's probably the closest configuration we can make. 9 belts. Can we fit this thing where it needs to go? Yeah, I think we can. Without adapting anything really. So that is gonna be there. We also need one of those for copper. Coming in here. So we just connect 6 belts of copper ore, 6 belts of iron ore here. It is going to become 9 belts of green chips. That goes into red chips. Okay, that part is done. Ish. Not really done, but it's like laid out. So I guess let's build that miner on here. We'll use the tileable version here. Okay, let's use this here so we can see something. First miners. These are the ones which are gonna get the... I can basically just use half of this patch and only use the bottom half. Okay, that's the first line. This is already 6 belts. Eight belts. 12 belts. Okay, 6 in the bottom then. Yeah, 6 belts coming out in the bottom. The reason I'm using this one is this one will get a security mechanism built in. So now we put this on the top. We put this on the bottom. And then we belt it out, but we don't need that part. And we don't need the furnaces. So here we have both. This is not a clock, this is like a... This is a clock actually. We don't need the clock. Let's get rid of the clock. We do need those. We have... Where is it? These guys. We have these warning systems in. Basically it says if this belt moves stuff, then give alarm. And this belt should not be moving stuff. If this belt moves stuff, then one of these miners has run out. And we have 6 backup miners to replace that ore. So we have response time to replace something and not make a dent in the nice 50-hour science per minute graph we are going to try to have. Just like we had for the 1k science per minute base, we have a 50-hour flat production graph. Completely without any dents. It's already been 15 hours ago, but you can still see the end of it here. Alright, so I can now just delete the top part, because we're not going to use that. We just need the bottom part. So now we just paste this, I guess maybe as close to here as we can. We just need to make sure all the miners have at least 1 million ore. 1.2, 1.6, 2.2, 2.3, 3.1, yeah, this is good. If we go up, this is not really better. 2.1, 1.8. I guess we could move in 1 tile. That would bump this up to 1.5. Alright, something like that. And then we basically align this big corner to the last one of those. This gets hooked up. Something like so. Alright, let me set those filters again. At least for the belts, I always have belts in my inventory. And I guess power lines are nice to have as well. Get rid of the rest. Alright, so now we can get rid of this. And we'll just actually switch on the miners. Okay, here's that warning mechanism into action. It says one miner has run out, see map for details. So now this belt is moving and this is just measuring signals. It should not measure anything. Now it stopped measuring signals. Belt is not moving because these are mining enough. This will go away now. Plop, and it's gone. But as soon as one miner runs out, now this belt starts moving again and we get the signal again. So that is working how it should be. And now this should still produce the ore we need. We can actually just copy this thing entirely. That is not true. That is not true. We have the system coming up somewhere else. Right, so we cannot copy this. That's a lie. Alright, thanks somebody for the subscription. Can I see your name? Oh, Juiced Official. Hello, Juiced. Thanks. I don't see chat today. Looking at the VOD, it's already a 7th stream today. Yeah, I tried to set up multi-streaming before the Denver break. There was a lot of stream restarts, so that I'm going to delete all of those, obviously. Right. So, it's coming together now, the individual pieces. A quick check how many belts of copper we needed again for blue chips. Put it up here. So there's 15 belts. 9 of them go into... No, 6 of them go into copper, 9 of them go into red chips, so we need to smelt 9 of them, and we need to not smelt 6 of them. 15 belts. How is that lining up? I think that is good. So maybe I can just put a standard smelter on here. I'll just cut the oil away again. So let's grab our book where we have the 16 belts smeltery. Can I just put that up in the north here? I think I can, and I can probably still fit the oil in there if I put this south as much as possible, like so. Let's switch it on. Also, this one has that mechanism built in where we have it on the map when one of these miners is moving. When this belt moves or the alarm goes off. So again, if one miner runs out, which they won't, but you know, just like for the idea, if one miner runs out, we can replace it in time before losing any production of the 10,000 science per minute base. Alright, so this could be the copper. So 9 belts of that copper will have to go in here. And 6 belts do not need to be smelted. So 9 belts we do want to smelt. And I guess we'll just tack on... We'll just tack on a belt on the left side, so we... I don't know, we can just delete this. Why not? Let's just delete this. Delete this. We need to check the count under the miners though. It's probably not going to be good for all of them. We'll probably need to move the entire thing a bit to the right, it appears. And this is weak. We should just put it a little bit higher up on the patch, really. I mean, this patch is awesomely rich. Okay, 1.7 million, million, everywhere million. And now it's definitely okay. Here's 1.4. 1.4 is good. All of these are excellent. Yeah, I do not really want to go down because that will mess that up again. I can go to the right still though. If I go to the right and down, it's actually no. It's pretty much in the right place. I guess we could go down and right one tile. So that means this row port has to be in front of this one. Okay, 1.3. Looks like this was worse. Oh yeah, this is okay. I want this as southernmost as possible, I think. I then 9 belts of copper. I guess I could use my blueprint which leads out the belts and just cut a part of it. This is 1k. If only I could find the right hotkeys. Now this is the belt miner exit. I need the furnace exits. Right, and then this part can go again. Okay, and that has to go in there. How is oil fitting there? I think this can be smaller, but even this size still fits. Oil just uses pipes, so we don't really need to do anything here, but yeah, this still fits. It's just not the right size, but we know it still fits at least. Yeah, this was for the entire red chip build, so ours can be smaller. It fits in between. Then we just need 6 barrels of ore going in here. I guess we'll just flop them in like so. Kinda just want to even move. Let me try if I can tack on 2 more furnace stacks on the right side. That will look a little bit neater. So I have this thing where I can just tag on 2 furnace lines. I think. Alright, I need to do it from this one. Alright, so now I have 11, right? That means I can delete 2 from this side. I can just move this over here. Okay, now the robot is there. I guess that's fine. We don't need that radar there. I'll just delete the last 2. And then just move down the output by 2 tiles. And I'll just tag this guy on the back. Like this. It's hard selecting the right belt. Alright, now we have this nice thing which could just go in here with a corner. Not sure this is in the final position just yet, but it could be. Like this. Right, so now these belts not go there. I do need 6 belts going in here. And now I'm taking 2 belts here, 3. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we just need 1 more. I guess we'll just have to loop around one of these belts. So we are not using one of these. We can actually take the weakest one and delete it then. I think the weakest one was this one with 1.3 million. So we'll just get rid of this one. We can put it back later. We can just keep this in place, that's fine. And this one will just route around. We have to go around. Let's just hide the fact that we are going around with as many undergrounds as possible. And magically another belt comes out here with the correct spacing somehow. I guess we can go straight from this point on. Alright, there's the last one. Now we just zap this out here and zap this in here. Alright. That's the copper side of things hooked up. So we can also delete these copper feeders here. That should now go automatically. And so that's green chips for red chips done. Weren't we supposed to do blue chips? Okay, but we practice now on a smaller scale with this system, because we're going to have to do the same with blue chips. So it's good to do this first on a smaller scale. I guess we can, for now, let's just hook up the copper here as well. Alright. So yeah, this entire system can come 4 tiles closer. So we only have 9 belts of plastics, that's almost 8 belts. So we can almost cross that with a single gap. I just visualized how that's gonna look. Alright, so we can get rid of this entire... Well, I'm just gonna delete it. Let's just delete it. Okay, that's now 8 belts, so that's 1 belt too few. Yeah, this is not really pasteable like it was the other one. Let's just delete it. We'll have to design this from scratch-ish. Not completely, we can still use it. Like green chips are coming from here. I guess we can just connect green chips then. And something like this we need. Okay, but things are definitely not hooked up correctly here. Alright, so this is one module which meets each other. Also delete this plastic for now. And that fits like this. Or does it? That's only the first one, which... alright, we'll get this one. So generally that fits like this. Plastic comes in, that's already the too many belt of plastic though. Oh wait, that is something is not right. I think alright, let's just put this here as an example. I know it is right. No, something is off. I think because I flipped the plastic plans, I cannot just simply use this. I'll need to flip it, and then the belts are the wrong direction. So let's just design this from not scratch, but alright, so what do we want to do? We want to do this, priority output to the left. Then if everything gets deleted, we will see that only half of the belt goes through. Yeah, so that's correct. The left half of the belt does not exist. And then the other half can meet up with green chips here. So we also want green chips coming over here. That's offset by 1. So I guess this plastic stones just have to move out of the way a bit further. That's what I think. Something like that. We can move it in closer later again if we want to, but then green chips is coming here. Green chips, or barrels, I guess. Here we have to do the same trick with the output priority. Okay, this belt is just passing. This is copper. This is copper. How am I doing it here? Okay, I'm doing it different. Actually meeting each other. Alright, that's interesting. Somehow past Mike had this all figured out. So this is definitely the module I want to copy then. Just stop thinking and rely on past Mike to have done things properly. I'm not even using output priority here. I don't really need to apparently. Okay, so that is good. I'll just use what I designed in the past then. Right, so that's belt 1. So that basically goes in here. So let's actually connect like one part of this. So I still will have to have some copper in the middle. Or some of these undergrounds, I guess. We have 9 belts. Right, so that is red chips working. Okay, they're already coming out. Thanks Code Cone for the 4th month. Especially with these splitter configurations, sometimes it's just sometimes you have the clarity of mind to do it, and sometimes it's just sometimes you just cannot figure it out, and then just grab what you did in the past. It was kind of the point of the 1k signs per minute base as well, just to be able to do this kind of things. Right, so that is 2 lines of red chips working, I guess. Right, so now we can just copy this without the feeder. Now we just offset it by 1 tile every time we meet 2 new belts. And then we can design the copper entry around that. Okay, wait, what was that? That was not a biter, I don't believe it. It's because you need to hydrate. Oh. Good point. Right. So that is the basics. Now we need to figure out how we want it to look. Something is still off. It is not working. This is not working. Now green chips are supposed to come in from here or what? Can I just look at the entire thing one more time? Come on, past Mike. How did you do it? Tell me, please. Alright, these belts are coming in 1 tile higher, right, than this belts. Yeah, this belt is coming in 1 tile lower. And that's why it can pass all of this without getting in the way. That is... okay, I understand now. That's the trick. That is the trick. So yeah, this belt needs to come in 1 belt tile to the left of the earliest green chip belt. And now it's just coming in straight, isn't it? It's not coming in anywhere. Alright. That's the same thing. So this green chip belt not needs to come in here, but it needs to come in 1 tile offset over here. Why can I not figure this out? This just goes all the way straight. Okay, let's start with that. We'll go all the way straight. And then we join it up with the other resource belt 1 tile further away. Right. I guess green chips are going to be 1 tile further away. So the trick is... let's delete this. The trick is to have this belt go straight all the way. All the way, all the way, all the way. Okay, now we're at the end. And the green chip belt is going to come in here. 1 tile offset, and now we should find a way to plop that module in there. Yeah, something like that. Alright, and now the belts are not getting in the way of each other. now this next belt can pass. We can do the same for here. So that has to be here. And this plastic belt also should be uninterrupted. That's plastic belt number 2. Oh, that means we have to cut all of this back to be adjacent. So how did I align it here? Did I keep 1 tile extra space for the roboport? Yeah, I did. All the undergrounds come out beyond the roboport. So 1 tile extra. Okay, so this, let's move this out 1 tile before we do anything else. Alright, so now these come out in front of the roboport. And I guess this just goes like this. And this can go like this just to fake it. This plastic belt now is this plastic belt. It looks like I did not go 1 tile further. Okay, I just messed that up. Alright. This belt does not exist. These do not exist. These are in the right location. Okay, we're getting there. This plastic is now coming. Okay, now we can just copy the entire thing, and with a bit of luck, this should overlay. A bit more precise. Alright, now it works. Now it's tileable. Now we can copy it all the way through. Except for the copper belt, which I will have to get rid of again. The spacing of this will have yet to decide. But that gives us the opportunity to at least bring all of these belts in. Yeah, I think 10,000 signs per minute is kind of the limit of what my sanity can handle. If I would have to do this for like 100,000 signs a minute, do it 10 times more often, all these builds, I think I would just go crazy. Okay, that should be all of green chips and plastics, again hooked up nicely. So now we just need to figure out how copper is gonna pass this, because it is a little bit too far. We could like cascade copper as well, but that would mean... yeah, I'm not really sure. I think I'll just go with a sort of an equidistant planning. We have 18 belts of these. Is it not? Yeah, 18. Alright. So if 9 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is like half of them, right? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, this one. So this is kinda in the middle. We can touch it or we can stay away. How did we do it here? Kinda want to do it the same. Here we touched the bells. Alright. So here we'll touch as well. Where's belt number 9? That's here. Half of it goes in the plastic, half of it goes in the green chips. So I guess this half goes in the plastic. So I'll have to add in that bit. I guess we'll add in this first everywhere. So this copper can come in a bit more close by. I think we'll just keep a roboport of distance. We usually do that. So this corner will go here. And this entire thing just goes a bit more close by. Alright. Right, so this would have had to been added to that module. So now I'll just delete all of this and substitute this. To route in all the copper. Okay, we're getting there. Alright. So it's 2 belts from the edge, so I guess we'll do it on this side on green chips, 2 belts from the edge. Until this point. Then we've got 9 sets on this side and 9 sets on the other side. Alright, I think that's everything hooked up. Out come 6 red bells of chips. And those 6 belts will have to disappear into nothing for now. Alright. So we are faking the plastic still, but the rest is all built. The rest is all truly built. We got copper smelted for red chips and brought in ore for green chips. That is being mixed with iron over here to be smelted in line for green chips. Those green chips come out, 9 belts. Meet up with the 9 belts of plastic, which we are faking, and the 9 belts of copper, which we are not faking. And that goes in here, and out comes 6 belts of red chips. That's the idea, at least. Let's move this oil out again. Yeah, this we can delete. This we still need for the blue chip thing. But I'm gonna make a save here. That is 360B editor reds for blues. Mostly done. Yeah, it's not going that fast. Bottom line of red chips isn't getting copper. Okay, I'll just check that quickly. The planning is now, this is my method of testing everything. So here I just delete everything. That's why I saved first. So everything is gone, and I just Control Z. Wait 5 seconds or so. Depending on the size of the build, it can be more. Looks like it's more. And here we go, Control Z it back into space, and now all the belts are empty. We're having a cold start. And if you watch the Warp Theory video, doing a cold start basically guarantees you're not relying on buffers. It does take a while to get up to the full production though. Especially with this belt division thing. Green chips are not going to be compressed for a couple minutes, but eventually they will be. Now we're also deleting everything from the first moment, as we are deleting all the red chips, so nothing will back up until it's truly backing up. But as we are producing 1.05 belts of red chips instead of 1 belt for each of these 6, this should build up pretty fast, I think. So yeah, now I'm just gonna try to speed up time if I can. By a factor of 3-ish. Maybe if I'm not in map mode it will be a bit more. Map mode is also not great for UPS. As here comes this, you can clearly see there's a lot of gaps in the belts at the moment. But eventually we should not have gaps. Eventually all these gaps should go away. Alright, so weird things are happening again. We are drawing gaps from a compressed belt somehow. Plastic cam plans are upside down. That could be... We aren't testing that part yet, because we're just spawning in the plastics. But yeah, that could very well be that some of these are... Yeah, not the right way around. Are all of them not the right way around? Yeah, all of them are. Alright. This is dangerous. Okay, I'll fix that soon. Let's just first see if everything works. I switched off the gaps thing. So this should not be happening. I don't know. I notice this all the time. But we have a compressed belt, and suddenly in the middle somewhere over here, we are drawing a small gap for like half a second. So that is weird. I don't know why that happens. But yeah, I think it has to do with I don't know what it has to do. I have no idea. Alright, so the last one is not compressed yet, the others are compressed. So probably somebody was right when somebody said something about some belt not being connected. It is this one. That's why I test cold start always. You will automatically figure it out at some point. The problem is now we kind of have to cold start again, since now we were backing up some resources. I don't think I will though. 5 of the 6 was good enough. If the sixth one had that problem. Yeah, now it disappears. One of these is gonna back up. The one which is not prioritized, so yeah, that's good. And we will see that on all of these, the top one is backed up because we are prioritizing the inputs from 2 lines and deprioritizing the third one, so we can visually see if everything is backed up. We don't need to really investigate. It is just visible at a glance. So yeah, that is good. Red chips is good, except for plastics. Plastics is still needs to be designed. The scientific method. I know. The thing is about designing not actually in-game. The problem with that is time does not progress in the actual game. So I needed to make 120 hours of solar panel production, and I don't know how many hours of module production. It is kind of hard to progress time if you're designing in an alternate reality, so to say. And then just making the blueprint, loading, letting the bots build it. So that is the disadvantage. The thing is, these builds are just so large and it takes so much time to... I mean, imagine if this was not working and I need to move everything by 1 tile. Do you have any idea how many resources are on these belts? I do, I can tell you. So if I mark this for deconstruction, we can see there's 15,000 belt tiles in here. That means each belt can hold 8 items. All of these belts are chock full. So that means there is 120,000 items on these belts everywhere. Most of that being ore, which stacks to 50. All of these furnaces are full with 100 plates each. There's a ton of furnaces all over. It's just like hundreds of thousands of items which need to be picked up by the bots. And then you need to pick up the entities themselves, replace them, everything fills up again. Oh no, it's wrong again. You're moving around millions of items like that. So the thing is, you normally don't design with items on the belt when you're designing in the real game. The thing is though, this looks a lot nicer on stream, right? If the belts are just full and you can see how the stuff works, instead of having just a big like empty tile and just trying to imagine what goes where. It just is very unpleasing to do it like this. This looks nice. And also you can test your designs while you build them, which is also nice. So it's like 2 flies with 1 editor mode. Right, what time is it now? It is 11 o'clock already. I don't think we can finish blue chips today at all. Or completely. Question is, should I finish red chips or should I... I think I'll do this part now for the blue chips. And then we'll see if I call it a day or not. So let's go back to 1 time speed. So red chips is a go. So let's just stop all of this working. We know it works now. Now everything backs up and it won't move anymore. No more calculations here. So now I want to do kind of the same over here. This thing has got to be way larger. And it's got to be in this orientation if I make a bend. If I don't make a bend, it can be in the other orientation. If we just go straight. So if we just go straight, we do not make this turn. Because we obviously don't have space to make a giant stack of belts up here. We want this to come in here, we want this to come in here already. So we do want all of this to go straight instead. So something like this. This takes 12 belts and makes it into 18. We need to take 20 belts and make it into... No, sorry, we need to take 40 belts and make it into 60. Oh, that is gonna be... That's not gonna fit like this, is it? Yeah, each of those have to be one longer. Okay, let's put this somewhere else completely. Oh, I still have it over here. Okay, so I don't really need to keep this one. So let's grab this thing and we'll just keep stacking this thing. It stacks like this. I'm gonna make two which stack like this. And we gotta delete these things because this is a variable length. Okay, so this is our stackable thing. So now we basically have to make 20 of these in a row? Question mark? How am I? Okay, this may be too big to be practical. I'm just gonna try it anyway. Maybe I'll do it just two sets of 20 or something. I don't know. We can do that actually. I think we can do that. Actually no, we have iron, we can do copper from this side, iron from this side. It would look nice. Let's just try it. Let me just go over there as well. So this fits on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna need to make a bigger stack. 9, 10. It's not that bad. 11, 12. Oh god. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh god, that is 18, 19. At least I don't need to do it 200 times. Oh, that is a big boy. And then we need to paste this on here with surgical precision. Every time one belt further away. So making 2 belts into 3, it cannot remain adjacent. Alright. I mean, yeah, it's getting a bit out of hand. This is worse than science galore. The 43 science spec boss. This may be a bit too big. 38. I'm missing one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, I'm missing one. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is... I don't know what this is. This may be a bit too much. At some point... So the thing is, by I try to keep the supply lines short by building it next to the ore patch, but if your builds grow too massive, then the entire purpose of keeping the supply lines short is gonna get deleted out of existence a little bit. Because this is already a little bit... we also still need to mix these 60 belts with the other 60 belts somehow. I don't know, is that worth it? It's gonna be not great for UPS. Oh, thanks Odium for gifting a Balloon Crash subscription. Is Mike an actual engineer? No. I'm a pseudo everything. I'm a pseudo programmer, pseudo engineer. I don't have any actual engineering skills other than painting belts on a screen like this. Yeah, this kind of defeats the purpose. This is like 10,000 belts in itself, 17,000 belts. There's gonna be a lot of belts in general, but this is a bit... I mean, if I make 2 copies where it's only half the amount, then it's just gonna be a quarter the amount of belts in total. If I just make two of this size. Let's actually copy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's only this size. So this is the variant. If we build 2 of these, it's gonna be the same. That's half the belts. 8.7k against 17k for the same throughput. Okay, let's just see how it looks if we just take this behemoth. Oh, the game does not even... it doesn't even fit on the screen. I think this is just too unwieldy. Alright, if I'm smart, I can have like one resource come in the middle. Let's say iron comes down the middle, it splits left and right, just like with the purple science build, which I deleted. With the pizza slice splitter, so to say. We won't need a pizza splice splitter. Speaking is hard. We can take 2 of these, put it in the middle, flip that. Oh, that looks pretty cool as well. We have the same result. I don't know what the center is though. We have the same result. Oh, I have deleted the giant one. We have the same result as the giant one with only half the amount of belts. If it's coming from the... if it's coming from the center. We just bend 1/2 to the left and 1/2 to the right. I think that's the way to go. And then we can use the other resource, we can use these smaller ones to bring in the resources from the other 2 ore patches. And I can even already start taking belts down here while I still do the merging, splitting thing over here. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Something like this. Flip this around for this side. Yeah, that does mean this iron patch is no-go. I really wish I still had that iron patch now. We can... I mean, copper is actually located fairly nicely. How about this iron patch actually? I can combine this one and this one to get like 20 belts out of here. And I can just grab this one to make belts in here. Or this one. I would like it if this just comes in from this side. We can just belt it out, belt here and belt back. That's an option. I think it has to be something like this. Let's first find the central point here. We have 60 furnaces, so we need 30 of them. 30. Alright, so this is the middle beacon. So I guess the center point, if I really want to center point it, it has to be one tile away. I would like it to be adjacent though. Let's see how it looks if it's one tile off. Right, so if it is one tile off, I can align it to the actual center of this build. But on the other hand, it looks cooler when it's just squeezed together. So I think we're gonna do that. You won't see it anyway, that it is one tile off. That's what you get for having some entities with an odd number of tiles, 3 by 3, and others having 4 by 4. Yeah, such is life. But this looks a lot cooler. It just won't be. It won't be copy pastable. Let's. I don't know what to do. Let's just tear it apart. We'll see. We can change it. We can easily change it. But if we at least design it like this, then we can flip the design around. We can just design one side, flip it around, and paste it on the other side. And then later we can just adjust the entire corner by one tile. I think that's the easier way to do it. Insert RGB lights down the middle. Yeah, that may be an idea, but how to power that? I guess we can just power it with these. Maybe, yeah, that's a good cause for lights. I don't have RGB lights though. Maybe you can make this with a circuit network actually. I have never done that. Alright. So am I just gonna keep one roboport of space again, or what am I gonna do? The roboports are already in there, so I don't really need to keep space. I think I should keep a little bit of space though. This is 30 belts. Yeah, that is like one corner. Well, let's just start with that. You gotta start somewhere. Alright. Now let's just steal a corner somewhere. Doesn't really matter how big that corner is. I'll just paste it a couple times. Okay, that's one too much. I find this way faster to just paste a corner like this, copy paste, than to have a blueprint book with all the corners. That's a 900 belt resource corner. It's absolutely insane. Well, let's get some resources on there. So what is this gonna be? It is gonna be copper, right? Yeah, it makes sense if this is copper. It's actually not that much extra routing, I don't think. Let's watch this start up for a bit. Oh, I have to check if the output priority of the splitters is on the correct side. I'm not sure about that. The idea of the output priority is that the furnaces can grab from the near side of the belt. Splitters inserters like the near side of the belt. So this ore is all on the top. So if I turn it into here, It actually is going to be on the far side of the belt, I think. So I will have to flip that around. How is that actually for here? So the ore goes on the bottom, then it's on the left side. It stays on the left side, so here that's correct. It comes out on the left side of the belt, that's the near side. How is that for iron? The ore goes on top, so the ore is on the left side here. So this is not correct. The ore... Wait, the ore is on the top? Yeah, the ore is on the top of the belt. Top of the belt, left side of the belt. Yeah, that's not correct, so we need to flip these around. Flop, flop. Okay, that was a lot. Let's keep this thing somewhere. Maybe here. So we may need to do that again for all of these. I just will visually check that. Okay, missed one. Alright, that is the copper turn. Again, which one does need to be copper? Copper, this is the copper belt, copper belt, copper belt, copper belt, copper belt, copper belt. So the input copper belt switches to here. So the underground here is copper. I missed those, looks like. Where am I? This thing is so big I just cannot find myself. The undergrounds are copper. That's gonna be... I think I can flop this together. It's gonna be asymmetric anyway, because all the copper is on the left side of the belt. Unless I like mirror half of the... I could mirror it around the center point here to have that the same. It would be nice if copper can be taken from the near side. Because iron will come from this side, then the belts can just meet up. And they won't be in the way of each other ever. So I kind of think I have to flip this around. Oh, that is a big flip. Flip. Okay, there's two problems with that. One is this row of beacons is now deleted on the other side. That's an easy fix. The other thing is the circuit network, because these were clocked. This is no longer connected now. So it was connected here, so it's just one green wire, I think, just to connect it again. I think I have to manually rewire these. Yeah, just these need to be connected and that's it. Just a couple ones, it's not too bad. These are all hooked up wrong the same. That makes it easy. Alright, so that is fixed. And now we can grab those as well from the underground side over here. So this belt is going to go in here then. It's basically going to split off here like so. And then this is not going to exist anymore. It means iron can come in over here. We can actually just bump those into each other. Ooh, very long belt. Same amount of iron comes in over here on this line. I guess we'll spawn in the iron as well. Wait, we have to hook up this thing. Oh, hey, that's the iron. This thing is massive. Okay, let's draw the second belt along with us. Ah yeah, some of those have to... Okay, some of those will have to have undergrounds. I forgot about that. We have a ton of underground, so I can afford to do this. Some elements of the base necessarily need to be cursed. And this is also easy pastable. And that should all be in the correct place, I think. Right, so now this belt can just go here. This belt can go here. This belt can go here. And then we can copy paste the rest, I think. Just grab this part and just keep flopping it on one further. We'll just keep on flopping until there's nothing more to flop anymore. You can already hear it's getting late. It's kind of annoying that this iron patch is in the way. Man, are we still not... How many belts are this? Okay, it's not far anymore. Not far anymore. Okay, that's the last one. Let me treat your ears on some actual belt placement sounds instead of keep being in map view. It's so easy to go in map view. All right. Zip. At what point it becomes faster to do this? This is definitely going to be the biggest single build in the entire 10,000 signs per minute base. Oh. Thanks, Odium. It's, that will be enough. Yeah, okay. I don't know. It's so weird to do this like for a living. I kind of... I mean... I depend on people's support, but on the other hand, it's so uncomfortable for me. But thanks, thanks, Odium. I mean, I've been streaming for 10 months and I still cannot get used to this. thanks a lot. I don't know what to say. This is still not backed up. Alright, so technically with the smart belt placements I also should be able to just do this. Alright? Without messing anything up. I messed it up. I messed it up. Did I mess it up? I think I messed it up. Oh, I messed it up very bad. Very, very bad. It has to go here. And iron has to go here. And this needs to be a 2-belt gap. So that is... Thanks Toeren as well for the 5 gifted subscription. Okay, we are at 169 now. That's a nice number. Let's keep it that way. Thanks a lot for the I guess it's gifted Twitch subscriptions, because now multi-streaming I need to differentiate between those. Looks like Twitch crew is winning though, 132 against 123. It's a pretty equal race. I was not really sure what to expect from YouTube streaming, so I'm kind of glad that it's not getting out of hand too much. Can I post links? I think by default no, but I think maybe Odium can. He knows how to allow you to post links. Like I said, I'm a pro streamer, I don't know anything. Alright, yeah, so this needs to change. So I guess we'll just delete this entire sequence here. This ore is on the wrong belt. There's only this one, so I can probably just delete. I can just delete like. I'm in the middle though. Will I not screw up my circuit network? I hope not. Okay, the belt pad, that is still nice. So all of this is empty now. Right? All of that is empty. Not all of that is empty. Okay, I keep fearing something is wrong. Oh, all of this was already connected as well. Okay, this is going to be a big control. Whoa, sorry about that. A big control Z. Probably should save before doing these giant control Z's. Alright, so this has to be like this. And this is connected like so. And iron comes in here. That is how that is gonna look like. Okay. Now we can zip this belt through there. No, we cannot. Oh, that means all of these copper belts are in the wrong location. That's easy to fix though. You can just take up all of this, put it 1 tile shorter, take up all of this. Put it 1 tile more close by, reconnect, and that's all. Imagine if I would have to do this with the bots with belts full of copper. Oh, it would be the end. Alright. So now I can do this. And that will connect to the first iron belt. And the second iron belt is not yet ready for that, looks like. Okay, let's first connect all the copper stumps. Alright. I guess we can just work with copy paste. For this part, that should just move up one tile every time. I guess we can copy paste a larger section. Since this is like, we need 20 copies. Yeah, that's nice about making regular designs. Okay, let's go back to the smaller one here for the last bit. Okay. And the last bell just goes here. Alright. Now comes the fun part. Zip. Oh no, 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 no. Not all the belts are filled in yet. Okay, I have to fill in all these belts if I want to do the draggy thing. And I do want to do the draggy thing. The good thing is we can just flip this entire design for the other side and then somehow paste all these belts from the map view in exactly a 1x1 tile location. That's gonna be fun. I think I'm gonna call it. After this is connected, after the copper and iron is connected to blue chips, I think I'm just gonna call it. It's a lot of work. Okay, this one is still not connected. It's a lot of work doing the 10k builds. Okay, how are so many not connected? Where did I stop? I thought I connected all of them. My brain is melting. Okay, now I connected all of them. It's also possible to just do this, I guess. If I be surgical precision, I can just copy this part. And we can just copy paste stacks like this. Maybe that's easier. I missed one. Whew. There's still going to be a ton of bells. Alright. Zip. Can I do this like a normal person? Zip. Alright. Okay, let's just watch this. Let's just watch this fill up simultaneously. Let me make a save. C. I want to delete the furnaces as well. So I need 2 Control Z's to put everything back in place. Alright. I guess I don't have an output yet, so we can just watch this part. Alright, here we go. Let's see if it works. Still need to adjust Nightbot a bit. Oh. Sorry, I missed that completely. Garbage Day is today. Thank you as well for the 5 gifted subscription. Looks like you don't like the number 169. Very excited for 2.0 content for Mike. Yeah, I guess I'm going to be streaming the first playthrough, and then I can form a plan about some way to make it more interesting. Perhaps nobody seems to like Gleba, so perhaps I can do a Gleba start. I'm not sure if that would work, if you can actually start the game from there. But something like that would be funny, starting from a different planet. Are legendary belts faster too? Yeah, that's a good question. A Nightbot is not really nice to people who are posting links, sorry about that. Yeah, this is for green circuits for blue circuits, including the smelting. So we're smelting iron here, smelting copper here, and by doing that in line we can get away with, instead of mining 30 belts of iron, we are only gonna be mining 20 belts of iron, because thanks to the productivity bonus of the furnaces we get barely enough plates on the belt from 2/3 of a belt of ore to make a full belt of green chips. And then the green chips are gonna be consumed by the blue chips. We just need red chips to go in there and sulfuric acid as well. But this is one side done. That takes a while. So I guess now this will have to be done from the map view. I guess I can do it in 2 sections. We no longer need this. I want to copy this with the beacons. So I guess let's just copy it all. I'm just able to flip this, and if all is well, that should just fit here. Yeah, it looks like I need to delete this corner because we're already starting to mix and match over there. So let's try it again. Now we can maybe do it from this view even. Oh, that is a bit too flickery. Alright, that's all the copper. I guess here comes the iron. Let's see if I can speed it up a little bit. I guess my capabilities to speed up the game are going out of the window real fast with all these massive belt arrays. Especially from zooming out so much. That takes a lot of strain. Theoretically that is the mixing and matching for copper and iron. It's kind of cool that it's coming in on exactly the same horizontal. Over here we just go to the right, that's exactly the line where copper is coming in. Same for here, copper slowly transcends into iron. Looks like this mining patch is suited extremely well to fill these 20 belts with ore. So that is nice. Maybe we can take... I don't know, that is actually not great. Alright, so maybe I can just Maybe I can just try to draw a combined 26 belts of ore from these two patches. And I can bring the iron up here or something. There's a lot of belts though. It's gonna be in the way of oil as well. It would fit though, 20 belts. And I can bring most of them up from here and just a couple from the other patch. That's one of the ways to do it. Okay, we no longer need this. Holy smolies. Okay, we can actually shorten this by quite a bit if we just cut this out and flop that onto there. I like to keep it so that I can still cut this entire structure without cutting into the balancer thingies, so that's why I'm keeping it a bit further away. I need to keep it two more tiles away because of the clock actually. Alright, so let's keep it 2 more tiles away. So it's symmetric on this side as well. Right. Now we need again... We are getting green chips. Okay, we are getting 60 belts of green chips out of here. This is a lot of belts of green chips. So yeah, the 1000 science per minute base was mostly about figuring out these kinds of designs. It looks like the 10,000 science per minute base is mostly about figuring out these kinds of designs. How to route all the stuff in there. Okay, let me just check if the furnaces... Let me just save first. This is a big Control Z. I can override the last one. For once. Gluba is doing a... Gluba. Troepen is doing a Gleba start. Okay, that's cool. I guess I need to think of something else then. I know he's been so anti-Gleba that I guess it makes sense that he's doing a Gleba start in that case. Yeah, I'm glad we're not doing this thing, but only like half of it. It is a lot better. 17,000 belts per resource, maybe a bit much. Yeah, it's quite a difference. It was a good decision to cut this into halves, with the copper coming down the middle. Now I gotta figure out, is the ore prioritization on the correct side? We prioritize the bottom of the belt. Bottom, 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 and that is the wrong side. Okay, so we need to switch that around. How about here? I guess we're also prioritizing the bottom, and that's going to be the wrong side as well, because here it is flipped. Bottom, bottom, yeah, everything needs to be flipped. So we'll grab this thing. Flip. Flip, we need to be careful that we do this right. That's only 10 clicks. Alright. I can just copy this now to the other side. To flip all these to the top side. Alright, that worked. So that is done correctly. Now what about copper? Let's do it the other way. Where does it need to be? It needs to be on the left side of the belt. 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 Alright, that's correct. Okay, so we don't need to flip these. And here it's on the right side of the belt, prioritized. right side, top side, right side, right side, right side, right side, right side, right side. Okay, copper is correct. Okay, so that is done. Alright. So I guess we'll delete this, and we'll also delete the giant version. We won't be needing that. It even takes a while to delete. This is a temporary green chip build, which we also no longer need. This we no longer need. What is this? This is red chips and oil. Oil we've got over here. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. Right, so oil for red chips and coal we still need to figure out. We did most of the stuff though. It's just too much to get it all figured out. This is an awesome looking build though. Holy moly. Okay. I want to... Where am I? How far do I need to zoom out to get this in one picture? I'm just gonna save again because I don't know. At some point I may just run out of RAM memory because I zoom out too far. Extra zoom mod lets you zoom out as far as you want. At the cost of UPS, of course. It doesn't even want to load the chunks on the screen. I'm zoomed out so far. Look at this on the top. Okay, this is a chunk size. Look at the size of this build. Holy smolies. The belt array is 2 chunks wide. A 2 chunks bus of input belts here. Okay, I guess this has to be the thumbnail in a slightly more cleaned up way for one of those videos. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks very nice. Alright, let's put zoom settings back. I kinda tend to zoom out to the max automatically, so I cannot keep it on this high value all the time. And zoop. Yeah, scale of 10k signs per minute is really... I still trick myself every time into thinking, oh, I'll just quickly design... I know how to do it. I know the amount of assemblers. Okay, it's just 60 belts of green chips. How much work can it be? Well, a lot apparently. That's a lot of work. Right, technically, we could do the red chips in here as well. We just have like 6 belts of red chips. We have 1 robot port of space. There's gonna be a line of 60 assemblers here. Right? That means every line of red chips will need to feed one belt. I guess we can make this red. I'm not gonna make a 1 to 10 splitter. I'm just going to do this 10 times. That means some of these will get red chips a little bit later, but eventually that should all balance out automatically. So this 3, 4. Let's copy this as well. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9 splitters, right? Yeah, 9 splitters. Alright. So now we just copy this for the next belt. And then we just copy the entire thing to correctly space it out for the other 5 copies. This is so big. It is incredibly big, this build. Okay, that at least matches up, so that is nice. No, that is wrong. That is wrong. That is wrong. I think the second one is wrong then. Ah, wait, yeah, I remember now. We are mirroring. It is mirrored around the center, so... But this is not mirrored. The red chips will come in from one side. So now this is a bit further away. Guess we can just paste it then. Trusting our eyesight. Alright, that should be it. Okay, that is it. And connect all the red chips. And then we find out we probably want to prioritize blue chips or something coming out. But I don't know, we'll see. Maybe not. Because these belts will be full all the time and the blue chips belt will probably not be full. There's red chips. You know what? We can switch it on a bit. I have red chips. What am I doing? I mean, it's not super real red chips, but it is something. The only thing we're spawning in is the plastics, and with that the coal and petroleum gas, I guess. Where do I need to be? Here. Can I figure this out already? Alright, and then we just spawn in the... do I have a connection point for that? Ah yeah, here. Ah yeah, this is the point. I guess it's gonna come in from the right side since the oil is there, so let's pretend it's coming in from over there. I think I'm actually going to test the sulfuric acid capability of the transferring capability of this pipe. So I'll just grab an infinity pipe. Alright, this is not gonna work anymore in Factorio 2.0, but we can still do this. So storage tanks in 1.1 transfer fluid pretty slow. So you can see this guy is pumping at 10, 20, 30 and then only it goes up later. This way we can measure the true required amount after everything is working. The true amount of sulfuric acid we need, because we can measure that on this pump actually once all these tanks are full. This one is going to be having an erratic draw, but this one is going to have a constant draw because this fluid only flows slowly to the left. If that makes any sense, maybe it doesn't. I guess blue chips will be outputting to the right. Am I going to do that right now? I mean 0.07 belts. I made a note how many belts need to go where. So we kind of can. I first need to figure out where I built what before. Where did I make that note? Ah, here. No. Wait, did I make that note? Ah yeah, here. I'm blind. So yeah, 6 of those output belts go to satellites, 28 to RCU, 26 to yellow signs. So, but yeah, the question is which 26 are gonna go where? Where are the other belts gonna be? So I guess I will not spend the time now to design that. We'll just add on these for now we'll just I guess I'll just add on those right here. This which deletes everything. It's only going to work until the center point, that is over here. Let me flip it. Or not. Okay, these I can delete pretty fast again with the deconstruction planner. So I don't really want to make a system where I don't really want to make a system where I hook up those belts together, etc, etc. Right. This is going to be the biggest Control Z yet. The editor, blue chips test. And the nice thing is, because we have no other production in the base, because we basically deleted our base, we can actually measure our production of blue chips in the overview here. Alright, so should I try this even? How much is this? 67,000 belts, okay. That is not too bad. So far that is less belts than Purple Science has in total. That was over 100,000 belts. So, of course we didn't hook up the mines yet, so yeah, there still are a lot of belts to be added, but yeah, I think it's going to stay under the belt size of Purple Science, which has so much steel. Okay, this Control Z is gonna last a minute or so, so I'm going to actually do the get up and stretch thing. Probably somebody redeemed it again. No 1 to 10 splitter. No, I usually don't really care about doing that 1 to 10 splitter thing and having the resources being delivered everywhere at the same time. Anyway, there's going to be a long startup time for all of this, so I'm going to press Control Z right now. Alright. I guess I have to... I cannot zoom in right now. Oh. Anyway, my first Space Age playthrough is just going to be a regular playthrough. Like new player experience, going in totally blind. Okay, there we have it already. That was fast. Okay, let me zoom in a bit. So this, I guess we'll try to look at one side. Let's look at this side. Yeah, my Space Age playthrough is going to be just like discovering the game together with whoever joins in the chat and has questions or wants to look at something. We can do that. Tomorrow I'll have a good or I have a more acceptable... I will have a second screen maybe tomorrow. I have a second laptop, my old laptop, which I used before this one. I can probably load the stream on that laptop. I can stream with the Wi-Fi network. I can hook up the second laptop to my phone network so they don't interfere with each other or fight for bandwidth. And I can have Twitch chat on my phone and YouTube chat on the second laptop. I guess that would work. Alright, that is coming in. How's Redships doing? I think Redships... Okay, this is a long belt. So Redships is taking a while. It's a little bit flickery, but I guess we can survive. When will you stream Space Age? Tomorrow starts the first stream. Probably, I don't know the time yet, I still need to decide on that. But I think it's going to be after dinner. And we're just gonna do like 4 or 5 hours per day in the evening. Anyway, I don't have a YouTube project to edit anymore at the moment, so I can basically spend the first week or two to just stream Space Age. I also will be doing a couple days of this 10,000 signs per minute base in between, like maybe three or 4 days of Space Age, and then 1 day of this 10,000 signs per minute base, and we'll see how fast I get used to all the quality of life upgrades in 2.0, which I'm then gonna be very annoyed that I will be missing in this playthrough. Now I'm not annoyed because I'm not missing them. You don't know what you got till it's gone, but you also don't know what you could have before you have it. Alright, here comes the red chips. Alright, everything like cold started. Necessarily some things are not cold started because now this is just backing up before the red chips come in. So unless everything comes in exactly at the same time everywhere, we're not gonna have that. Alright, here comes the red chips. That should... This is just too far away, man, to see stuff moving on the belts. And this is full. So yeah, I guess we'll just watch a section like so. Processing unit. Production over the last 1 minute. Here we go, production is starting. I cannot read the pump. Yeah, we can just put it in this corner really. Alright, so how much should we be producing? I'll just quickly have a look in the calculator. We are going to produce 11,340 chips a minute. That is a little bit awkward. How about 10 minutes? That should be 113k in 10 minutes. After everything starts up. That will take a while. I think this, yes. These are like halfway to the end of the belt still, so. Mamma mia. Okay, but these are working. These have already finished these have already finished over 70 products, while these are still nowhere near getting their first red chip. Yeah, so far for starting everything up equally. Alright, so what did I say? I forgot again. 11,340 a minute. So that will round to 11k on both of these numbers. So this number goes up first to 5.4, 5.4, 5.5, 5.5. Because the right number rounds like you learned in school. If it's like 6350, it rounds up to 6.4k. This one just deletes the last two numbers. It just rounds down to the nearest 100. So these numbers are slightly different from each other. You can see them, they also have the same amount of lag between them for skipping to the next number. Okay, we're starting to plateau a bit. Yeah, this is the 1 to 10 thing. So these are full. All of this will be overfilling the belts until everything is backed up, and only then these will get enough. So eventually all of them should get enough. How much are we using? I see this this pumping speed just jumps up and down all over the 500 range. This one is still in the 400 range, but it is going up very smoothly because the flow between these tanks is pretty slow. You can see 24k, 22k, 20k, 18k. So this is now flowing there. This is basically this smoothens out the consumption reading on the pump on this side, whereas this one is very erratic, very jumpy. So we'll see where we end up. Let me just quickly check myself again in the calculator how much sulfuric acid we should be using. We should be using 40,500 a minute. If I go in seconds, that is 675. That should be the final value. So that actually would be a decent measure if we get to 675 consumed sulfuric acid. So if this one reaches 675, we are producing the required amount of chips. That's probably a more precise number to watch. It will take a while to get up there though. Okay, here we're now between 10,500 and 11,000 a minute. $625 and rising. This is gonna take a couple minutes to get up there. Right, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. We're up to 660. It's like reaching, it's like a number which is going towards infinity, but which will never quite reach it, I guess. We are above 11,000 blue chips a minute now, because both of the numbers are above 11,000 and the left one just rounds down. And we will not get to 11.5k. Because our maximum production is 11,340. So for the production line, the blue graph here, we have reached the maximum precision. This one still should be going up ever so slightly. Yeah, it's gonna take quite a while though. Can I speed up time? I should have done that from the start. I don't know why I didn't speed up time. We're going at about 3 times normal game speed now. Maybe I can see that here per minute. We're not producing, we're consuming. 40k a minute. Yeah, that's not really... not really helpful. Let's just do a visual check. Okay, something is not right because this belt of red chips is not moving all the time. So we actually have a problem. There's something wrong because all the other 5 are moving. So something is wrong somewhere along this belt. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so here we are not consuming all the red chips for some reason. It's just that belt, right? Yeah, it's just this one. Something is wrong with this belt. It could also be in the green chip belt somewhere. Let's just look at the top here. Okay, that seems to be okay. Alright, there is no gaps. No noticeable gaps really. Sometimes the belts get stretched a bit, but this is okay. So even though we are splitting 20 into 30, there's no gaps here because we just sideload the belt from both sides. And since we are consuming less than 2/3 of a belt, that means just the belts are gonna be backed up all the way. So we don't have all these gaps in the belts stretching for thousands of tiles. Which theoretically should help with UPS a bit too. The only gaps are here in these splitters and I guess here in the build itself. Still I haven't quite figured out why this one belt is not moving all the time. There must be a mistake somewhere. I will open chat in a bit, maybe somebody already saw it. Here is the mistake. Alright. The mistake was not putting down an infinity loader to delete everything. That explains why this value is not going up to 675. 1 out of the 60. Alright, let's switch off the gaps. Okay, so basically one of these was inactive for a while, but now that should be fixed. I should just count if I placed all of them. 60. Yeah, 60 pieces. Okay, now we've got all of them. And then are we reaching 675? I can speed up time again. Let me just zoom in. That probably is a bit better. See, 670, 71, 672. I guess we can look on the... No, we cannot really... Yeah, this is just 11k. It's not going to be more accurate than 11k. 674, one more, and then we have reached 675. That's a 3-digit accurate number then for the production we need to do. 675. I saw it. You went there, Pump. Go back up to 675. We all saw it. Don't be shy. The pump is not cooperating. I do not know how the rounding works on this though. 675, there it was again. Yeah, I do not know how the rounding works on this one. Here we cannot see it, this one just jumps up too much. That's why I use this system. Too bad it will be gone tomorrow. Alright, but this is, it is, even if it's not 675, I think it is 675, but even if it's not, now it is 675. Will it stay there? Still a bit jumpy. Theoretically it should take almost forever to actually get to 675, so I'm quite happy with this. But suppose it's 674, that means it's like 0.3% off, and we built in a larger margin of safety than this. So even if it is broken, which I don't think it is, we are still good for the 10,000 signs per minute base. So yeah, I'm gonna call this a win. Let's look at these bells. This is just too big. It is just... it's just too big. So yeah, we have all of these bells are carrying slightly too much ore. We are producing a full belt of green chips. That is the one true bottleneck. If this belt is not full, then production kind of fails. But still, then we have a little bit of overproduction calculated in total. So even these belts can very sporadically have a gap, but they won't, because we prioritize the short belt. The long belt will back up all the way to where it's side loaded. So that is another fail-safe to have this long buffer belt basically, and all 60 of these instances. Alright, so that is proof of concept for blue chips done. We can still move this entire thing around a bit to paste it in a slightly better location to hook it up to the different ore patches. I didn't think of that. Maybe we can still somehow optimize that part of the build. But yeah, using this patch and this patch is probably a good idea. I will make a note for myself. Use this, use these two iron patches for red and blue combined. Reroute red's iron from bottom iron patch. Alright, so I'll add this one over here, this one over here as well. So these two, these are gonna be red and blue chips. That's a combined 26 bells out of 2 patches. They are not the richest, but that should still be very possible, given that we are drawing 6 bells just from this poor area over here. I think we can get that done. And then we can just hook it up to here. It will look nice. It will look much nicer than if I belt copper in here, belt copper in here, and then this iron somehow needs to snake through all the way to this point. It kind of defeats the purpose. So I think that's how we're gonna do it. We're completely ignoring this iron patch, which technically is more close by, but oh well. The input of red chips, we've got that. The output of blue chips is to be determined. Right, I think that is a decent bit of progress today. I kinda didn't expect I would get so much done today. Are we still on 675? We are on 675 now. It looks like we're stable. We finally reached it. Alright, then this build is just... don't do this... okay, it was 675, right? Yeah, it's oscillating between 674 675. Again, I don't exactly know how the rounding works, because of the variability of this pump, this is not a total flat number. If I would make this like, the longer you make this snake of tanks, the more accurate this number will be, the more stable this number will be, but also the longer it takes before it actually gets up there. So now it is, if I would do this from like one tank over here, okay, now it's gonna fill up, I guess. But yeah, now this one jumps a lot as well. Even though it flows through one tank, that doesn't really help too much. Alright, so this is now just filling up. Now it should go down to 675 eventually. Speed up the game. Okay, this should go down to 675, but you can already see this is a bit more jumpy. It oscillates a lot more. I think that is just rounded like the front of science then, the first number in the production graph, just rounded down. It seems to be the same amount of time on 4 than on 5, so I think that's a good sign. Anyway, even if not, it doesn't really matter. Stop thinking about it. I am not going to look at 60 individual belts or wire them up to see if I'm producing every single last blue chip. I think I am though. Alright. Up. Okay, I can get this on one shot. I want to get a nice... I will be reading chat a little bit before I stop the stream. So let's get a nice end of stream shot here of the achievement of today. I think this is the zoom level to be at. That's a nice song to end the outro as well. Alright. What a machine, man. What a machine. 10,000 signs per minute of blue chips, and it's only half on the screen right now. Alright. Of course, a commercial comes at the end of the stuff, blah blah. Are there already mods for Space Age here? I'm gonna miss my overlay of the time played and the evolution factor and that kind of things. Okay, I'm behind a lot. Okay, definitely Nightbot is a bit too aggressive. Yeah, C-Rex already saw it. It looks like. The Reed Licker as well, missing magic purple belt. Of course, 200 people watching have a sharper eye than just me. That's the nice thing about streaming. You get pointed out your mistakes real quick. I always wonder how that interferes with speedrunning, really. Because you're not doing it all by yourself, you have information from chat or from helpers. Of course you're performing the mechanical actions yourself, but it's not only your eyes. So what time tomorrow? I'm gonna post it on Discord once I figure it out. For now, I would say 7 o'clock Central European summertime. It is still summertime here. That's my preliminary thing, because yeah, it's not the weekend. I guess it's not they release the embargo not on the weekend because they will be there to fix any potential bugs will be coming out. Speedrunners help each other out during runs. It's community. Yeah, I've really, yeah, I didn't mean it in that way, but yeah, I guess it's fine if everybody's doing it, then it's an accepted thing, right? In general, yeah, I don't know any other community which is so motivational towards other people breaking their records and even helping them to do it. You don't really see that in other sports. Is Whoop gonna nerf Mike like they did with Troepen? They already nerfed me. I could have launched rockets for free, you know, but no. They are not letting me do it. For speedrun, it works both ways, right? Also, sometimes somebody in chat sees something that is wrong, which turns out to be not wrong, and you lose time. I love this song, man, from the OST. It's one of my favorite songs to put on, like, building sections of the videos. What is Whoop? 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 I don't know how to pronounce it. Whoop is the name of the developer, the company name of the developer. So all right. So yeah, let me make a save here. That's going to be the end of stream save. I'll take another one. No, let's just save over this one. This one had the mistake. And I can Control Z anything back into place anyway. So it's kind of cool that we can just get, without a 1 to 10 splitter, we just split it off 10 times. And we are producing at full speed. Even the last assembler is full with the chips here. So that all balances out by itself, as demonstrated by this 675 figure, which sometimes goes to 674. Yeah, that's quite cool. Here we should see this backing up on the top belt everywhere, which indeed we see. 1.05 belts per belt. Belts per belt, that has to be a cursed unit. It's valid in the metric system though. Belts per belt, meters per meter. Anyway, the stream is finished. Thanks to everybody for watching and interacting and helping me out. Kinda cool to stream on YouTube for the first time in a very long time. And yeah, I'm gonna be streaming every evening for the coming 2 weeks or so. So let's hope for stable connections and all that stuff, and that Space Age is not gonna be that hard. I hope I can finish it in like 2 weeks, they predicted like 40 to 60 hours with streaming like 4 to 5 hours a day for like 5 days a week or so, because we also do 10k signs per minute, is 25 hours. Yeah, I think 2 weeks we should be able to finish a casual first playthrough then. This thing is awesome. Right, are the furnaces working? Yeah, the clocked inserters are all going in unison, so that is nice as well. Yeah, nice. Alright everybody, that's gonna be it for today. For those who I won't be seeing for a while, like Jonas, take care. Don't give in to the temptation to watch some content before you experience the game for yourself, if you want to do that. And for everybody else, I hope I will see you tomorrow around 7 o'clock Central European Summer Time for my very, very first minutes of playing Factorio Space Age. So I hope I'll see you tomorrow, and if not, I'll see you another next time.